Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Christina Page. I work in the Division of Remediation Management as the chair of the training committee. I'm here to welcome you today, and I want to thank everyone who has hung on the call for the last, some of you for an hour or so. We set up the webinars in advance of the trainings, so I apologize if you've been sitting waiting for quite some time. When, like I said, we set this up well in advance of the training, and we didn't adjust the times, so you're on the call, so that's the good news. I'd like to call your attention to a couple of things today. There is a posting for the agenda that's online, and there are no other handouts for today. I'm co-moderating with Lynn Mitchell, so she'll be talking in a little bit. Next slide. So many of you are probably here today to receive continuing education credits. Today, I just need to let you know that the board has not yet approved the CECs, but 1 regulatory credit and 4 technical CECs have been applied for. In order to receive the CECs, all of you on the webinar need to remain logged on for the duration of the presentation and answer 3 out of 4 of the poll questions, which are randomly inserted throughout today's presentations. Next slide. So once the webinar is complete and the credits are approved, we will send a compiled list over to the Lsrpa, who will then email you a link if you are eligible for the credits, and you will have instructions to access your certificates, and there is a processing fee of $25. Next slide. And like I said 2 slides ago, the board hasn't approved these credits. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't, and as soon as they do, you will receive an email letting you know that it's been, that your CEC's certificates are available. Next slide. So I had mentioned that there are quiz or poll questions, and today that's what the slide will look like. So during somebody's presentation, this slide will pop up, and either Lynn or I will come in and we will ask the poll question. You will have 1 minute to answer the question. So here's the question: why are you here today? A, you're not sure. B, it's too hot outside. Or C, for the remediation standards training. The poll will pop up, you will answer, and then we will continue the presentations. Next slide. Then we give you the answer. Next slide. And Lynn, take it away.
Oop, there we go. For people who were here for the SID training, we're going to be running things a little bit differently this time. Please hold your questions until the presentation has ended and we tell you to ask the questions. You can type them in, just don't hit submit until you're ready. We had a running commentary of questions last time that some of the questions were answered later on in the presentation. So this way it'll be easier for us to make sure that only the questions that need to be answered are answered. We will read the questions aloud as time permits. If we do not, if we can't get to your question, then we will be sending you an answer via email later on. Next slide, please. So please use the chat function for any technical problems that you're having with the presentation. And the question slide, as I said, the question box only for questions during the presentations part of it. Only when you get to the question part. Don't use the chat function or the question function for chats or for answering other questions or for giving commentary. It just makes it harder for us to answer your questions and to sift through all of the information. With 500 people on the presentation, there's a lot of chatter going on, and it makes it harder for the moderators. So we appreciate your cooperation. Next slide, please. Please, we will be providing this link throughout the presentation. Please fill out the SurveyMonkey at the end. We appreciate your comments, and it helps us make our presentations better in the future. As Christina said, please stay logged in all day. Log in with only one device. If we see a second device, we will remove one of them. We have 501 maxed out for this webinar. If you log out for any reason at any time, you will probably not be able to get back in. So please stay logged in. We want you to be here for the entire presentation. And with that, I want to say thank you and hope this day goes really well. Glad that you're all here. Next slide, please. And I'd like to introduce David Morris from the Lsrpa.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I need to get unmuted by the moderator, please.
You're audible, David.
Great. Thank you. Morning, all. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Erica. Happy to be here, and also thank you to the DP for allowing us the opportunity for these remarks. Can you go to the next slide, please? So obviously, you may know me. I'm trustee and a VP for your association. Brought to you courtesy of Tectonic too. I'm taking the reins for a few minutes to talk about the association, your association really, and the opportunities for learning that are coming up, and possibly to have fun again as we emerge from COVID. At this point, I'd like to recognize our sponsors, our partners. There are three categories, or kind of levels of engagement, most to long-term, sustaining members for us even during COVID, so thank you very much. On this and the next two slides that they are displayed, there's 5 categories: diamond, platinum, academic, gold, silver, and I would, if we can, so regarding this, we have, among them are craft services, laboratories, product suppliers, staffing services, legal counsel, I think there's 3 companies there, specialty technical services, and another training provider. So, I just want to say on behalf of the association, I thank you all. In other venues, often one or more of these partners would provide an overview for their service offerings. Alas, not here, next time. So obviously, if the silver partners displayed, the gold and platinum are on the prior one. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to kind of go straight into it. There's always more room for new partners, so please speak to our executive director or executive director about that. And if you have need of a product or a service, please maybe look out to the partners. You'll see them on our website, which is lsrpa.org or lsrpa.com, either way. So regarding the upcoming courses and events that we have, obviously June 10th, the aspiring professionals, that's Jim Peterson and his Sharp are doing that for us about geophysical borehole logging, which is great. June 24th, we have this chat session, which is obviously talking primarily, I think, about the the remediation standards, rules, and changes. And obviously you've got Candace Baker, who's one of the trustees of the association and on the executive team. You've got Kathy Stetcher, a former executive committee member who's now with our board, and obviously our executive director is going to be there. And then July 20th, we have one of our routine regulatory roundtables, and this is talking about fill material. And Roger, past president or dead president, is running that. What I will say is this is really important. We have about a 2-week window to comment on the fill material guidance revisions. So if you labor with it, if you deal with this, please get involved. It's out there, it's on the street, you can get it through the association and our regulatory outreach committee. And if you don't, it's like voting, if you don't comment, then you can't really complain. So please, take that up if you can. Can we get the next slide, please? Okay, so, and then we have August 5th, we have continuing education on the standards rules and what's going on. Candace again, we have Rue Associates presenting, Brandy Gray, who's another member in the association, is active, and Scott Drew, who is obviously another past president of ours. So please, take those, take advantage of those. And then we have the other upcoming trainings. We have the sister event to this one on June 15th, which you need to register online, and that's free. And we have this soil and groundwater remedial act and protectiveness, the BICERTs that we deal with. So obviously take all of those. Next slide, please. So mark your calendars and and register. Keep early. This is actually a very nice thing that we can do. Is here we have a wonderful situation where we have an event, which is a fundraiser, which is also kind of tolling the idea of the summer, and we can actually go out without our faces being molested by face masks. And so we have our first inaugural tournament regarding this. You'll notice that we have the Lsrpa Foundation as a benefit from it, and we're rocking the new logo that's been designed. And the sponsorship is available for there, so please just reach out if you want to become an inaugural sponsor on that. It's going to be I think it's going to be very popular, and it's keep going through. So it should be a cracking event. So in those games that we'll play, maybe frenemies will become full enemies or new friends. Never know. Good competition. So at this point, I think that's the last of the slides that we have for me. Could we just click through? Oh, no, last one. This is another one of our partner events with SWEP. So save the date for this autumn, October, for another golfing event, which obviously is a regular joint presented event. So please mark your calendars and see what you can do with that. But I think that does conclude kind of the introduction, and I will relinquish control, back and take my position in the audience. So thank you in advance to the presenters with their abilities and their desire to instruct on this topic. If any of you have a specific set of skills, teaching in this and similar forums may be the best way to enhance your reputation. So, please, the Continuing Education Committee of the Association is here, and we'll support and assist you. So please volunteer. It's just go to the website, just ask, and remember to please follow those instructions given to ensure that you obtain your full course credits. So, happy learning, everybody. Thank you. Take it away, Christina.
Thank you, David. The department appreciates the collaboration with the Lsrpa. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Swati Tapan to begin our day's presentation. Swati?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the Remediation Standards Amendment Seminar. My name is Swati Tapan. I'm the Rule Manager. I work in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment within the DEP. Next slide, please. I'd like to introduce the committee members who have worked on this rule and thank them for all that they put into this rule, which certainly has been a while making. I also would like to thank our training committee, Lynn Mitchell, Christina Page, and many others, and our IT people, Joe Eaker and Tyrone Jordan and others. Next slide, please. So the statutory authority for the remediation standards, as you probably all know, is the Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act at NJSA 58:10B-12. And the remediation standards were signed and adopted by the department on May 17th of this year. Next slide. So today's objectives will be locating and navigating the remediation standards website. We will go over the rule subchapters. However, I'd like to make a note that those subchapters and appendices that deal with the alternate remediation standards, rule and guidance will be covered in the subsequent training. The emphasis in today's seminar will be on the changes in the rule amendment for the various exposure pathways. And also in the afternoon, we will discuss the phase-in guidance and order of magnitude. Next slide, please. So we have a new and improved webinar website for the remediation standards. It's at the same address that you had in the past, the SRP/guidance/remediation standards. And I just want to go through some of this for you. Next slide. Okay, so this is the remediation standards. There's a web link to the Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act and to the technical requirements. Just want to go down to the first arrow. The heading is remediation standards. I am not a legal person, so I want to go through these for you, for those of you who are not. The first thing that you will click on will be the actual rule itself, the courtesy copy of the rule. And again, a warning, the courtesy copy is a courtesy copy. You know, the actual official copy is something else, but this is a courtesy copy. It deals with the actual rule. The second one is the remediation standards proposal. That's what we put out on April 6th last year. And the third, and I think this is also of great interest, is the remediation standards adoption package. And what it has is it has all the consolidated comments that were received in a timely fashion from the regulated community and the responses to comments. So this is well worth looking at. It's a courtesy copy of the adoption package. And when you look at it, the comments and the responses come before the actual rule itself. Now, we received over 300 comments, so they are not all listed by individual comments. Many of them said the same thing or, you know, had the same issues. So they're basically consolidated comments and then the responses to these comments, but they are listed by who sent in the comments. Okay, so the next heading is the phase-in order of magnitude guidance. We did have this on the old website. This has now been updated, and Dr. Frasco is going to go into that in some detail this afternoon. Next are the long-awaited basis and background documents. When you click on these, underneath we have the soil and soil leachate remediation standards for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway basis and background document, and the soil remediation standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, their basis and background. Similarly, the basis and background for the inhalation exposure pathway and the basis and background for the vapor intrusion pathway. Could I have the next slide, please? Under that are the guidance documents. Okay, it doesn't matter. The previous heading said the guidance documents. And these guidance documents you have been aware of before. They have been sent out for comments and responses. So when you click on this, it'll take you actually to the guidance website and these documents. On those websites are the guidance documents as well as the comments that we received on those guidance documents and the responses for those documents. Next, the heading is the calculators, self-explanatory. The first one is the soil and soil leachate migration to groundwater exposure pathway calculator, which is we did not have the capability to do this live on this webinar, but basically when you click on it, it comes up with what looks like a little flow chart, but it's actually little buttons, and you press them and there's 4 calculators in there. The calculators will be gone into in more detail on the when we do the guidance training. All right, so we have calculators for the migration to groundwater pathway, for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, for the inhalation pathway, the vapor intrusion pathway, and for extractable petroleum hydrocarbons. There is also updated information, or not necessarily updated, but the information is now available because you do use it as part of remediation standards. And when you click on this, it'll take you to the appropriate guidance website with that information. Next slide, please. Okay, the chromium The department has retained the same chromium policy we always have. So when you click on chromium, this will take you to the same place that you were last time, or actually the same policy. We also on this website put in a heading, and you can click to get the forms that apply to alternative remediation standards. And I think this is useful because, you know, when you click on these, they will take you to the forms library. So they're located in the same place, but you can easily get to them from the remediation standards website. And both forms have been redone so that they are now current with the guidance, with the rule. There were 3 documents that pertain to what used to be called the impact groundwater pathway that were on this website. And we decided that they were more appropriately placed in the guidance library. However, people are used to finding them on this website. So they are here. They are the second to the capping documents are still labeled impact groundwater pathway. We didn't have a chance to change everything in those documents to the new name, but they do apply to the migration to groundwater pathway. You can click on them, and then the 3rd document is also at the website. Now, should you feel nostalgic for the old days, good old days, we do have a link to the former remediation standards website, the archive page. If you click on that, it takes you back to what used to be the remediation standards website, and I at least know one use for that, which I'll go into later. All right, next slide, please. So these are the rule amendments and the summary. This is stated at the front of the rule. One of the changes is that what used to be formerly the impact groundwater pathway has now been termed the migration to groundwater pathway, and the impact groundwater soil screening levels and site-specific impact groundwater soil remediation standards have been replaced with soil leachate standards for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway. This was done to ensure predictability, consistency, and greater enforcement ability. Next slide, please. Similarly, the indoor air screening levels have now been replaced with indoor air remediation standards for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. Both of these will be gone into a little bit more in detail later this morning. Next slide. So because the migration to groundwater pathway and the vapor intrusion pathway now have associated standards, the alternative remediation standard procedure has been expanded in the rule to include the soil and soil leachate standards for the migration to groundwater pathway and the indoor air remediation standards. Next slide, please. We used to have, prior to this rule, direct contact standards. So these direct contact standards have now been replaced with ingestion dermal and inhalation standards. The direct contact standards basically included the ingestion dermal pathway and the inhalation pathway, and we had criteria derived for those, and then the lower of those was turned into the particular standard for the direct contact pathway. So again, this is more like a name change. It's not really a change in or additional pathways that were added or dropped. Basically, the same 2 pathways apply. For these pathways, there are residential and non-residential scenarios, and the definition of residential and non-residential is now based on the property use and not on the perpetrated exposure at that property. slide, please. This again follows from the fact that we now have standards for indoor air and for the migration to groundwater pathway. Procedures have been established for developing interim remediation standards for these pathways, and also procedures have been established for interim groundwater standards. Next slide, please. We took a look at the chemicals that we had in the previous rule, and some chemicals have been deleted and some have been added. This has been done based on whether the chemical was routinely detected, if you could expect to find it commonly, the frequency of detection, the routine analysis available, and available toxicity factors. I'm sorry, I should have said next slide at this point. Okay, so again, chemicals, new chemicals have been added or deleted based upon the detection and frequency. And numerical changes in the new remediation standards have taken place because at this point, it's been a few years since we amended the rule, and we have new updated toxicities. We have some updated exposure assumptions, and we took a look at the chemical and physical properties, and some of those needed to be updated as well. Next slide, please. So the subsequent talks that are coming this morning will go into a little bit more detail and will highlight the important changes for each pathway. So this was basically the introduction and summary. And next slide. Thank you. And I think we're going to launch into the rule at this point. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barry Frasco. I'm an assistant director within the site remediation program. I oversee the hazardous site science element. My presentation this morning can be considered a cameo appearance for me. I'm dealing with the subchapters 1 through 3, which I should be able to get through fairly quickly. However, I just want to let people know, don't worry, I will be here this afternoon where I will be droning on and on and on about the wonders of this rule. I also want to mention before we get started that today it also is a very special day. And if I have the next slide. Today is National Donald Duck Day. So all you Disney fans, you can celebrate this evening. But on this date, back in 1934, Donald Duck made his first appearance in a supporting role in a cartoon entitled The Wise Little Hen. Okay, next slide. Subchapter 1, as in many rules, is just kind of a general administrative, general statements, and it's broken up into several sections. Section 1.1 is the purpose, and in essence, the purpose of this rule is to establish remediation standards. 1.2 is the scope of the rule, and again, just a general statement that this rule deals with remediation standards. It also makes mention that this rule does not limit the requirements of other rules and regulations, such as NGPT's permits and the tech reg requirements. And finally, under the scope, there is a general statement that responsible parties are not required to remediate contamination to levels less than background. Section 1.3, dealing with construction and severability. Construction just means that the rules were developed such that they would work with various statutes that may be impacted by the remediation standards. So statutes such as the Brownfield Act or ISRA or the US regulations. And severability is the concept that if, for whatever reason, a court rules that a portion of this rule is invalid, that the remainder of the rule remains intact. Section 1.4 is applicability. This is the section in the rule that deals with the phase-in provisions, and I will be talking about that in more detail this afternoon. And section 1.5 deals with definitions. If I could have the next slide, please. Subchapter 2 is the subchapter that deals with groundwater remediation standards. And there really were no substantive changes to this subchapter based on the amendments that we made to the remediation standards rule. We did prior have some wording in this subchapter dealing with, okay, hopefully people can hear me. Lost the audio there for a second.
We can hear you.
Okay. We had some wording in the rule dealing with remedy selection. And basically we came to the conclusion that while that information was important, it really was not germane to the development of remediation standards. So upon adoption of the amendments, we deleted that wording. So basic bottom line, the key point that I think that needs to be made relative to this subchapter is the fact that groundwater quality standards established pursuant to the groundwater quality standards rule are by reference the groundwater remediation standards. And this was done on purpose for the idea that we wanted to have consistency, that we didn't have for a given contaminant a groundwater quality standard that was different than a groundwater remediation standard. And so the idea that if the groundwater quality standards change, they automatically change and reflect the difference in the remediation standards. Okay, back to the next slide, please. Subchapter 3 deals with surface water remediation standards, and this subchapter reflects more or less the same construct as subchapter 2. No substantive changes were made to this subchapter. There were some sections dealing with remedy selection for groundwater that, again, we felt was not necessarily applicable to the development of remediation standards. So upon adoption, we deleted that wording. And again, as I mentioned for groundwater remediation standards, we wanted to have this link that the surface water quality standards and the surface water remediation standards were one and the same. So again, this idea of maintaining consistency. Next slide, please. That was the end of my presentation here. If there are any questions relative to subchapters 1 through 3.
All right, I'm waiting to see if anything comes in. So far, nothing. There's a couple of things here that are not related to the presentation that can wait until later. Anyone have questions on either of the two first presentations? All right. Thank you, Barry.
Okay, see you all in the afternoon.
All right, we'll see you then. Okay, our next presenter, Lynn, go ahead.
Our next presenter is Erica Snyder from the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. Take it away, Erica.
My name is Erica Snyder. I'm with the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. I'm the Site Remediation and Waste Management Program's contact for soil remediation standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. And as such, I'm here today to talk to you about that topic. Next slide. As part of the amendments to the remediation standards rule, there are now 131 ingestion dermal soil remediation standards for the residential exposure scenario and 128 ingestion dermal soil remediation standards for the non-residential exposure scenario. Next slide. So first, I'd like to go over what has changed since the rule proposal last April. In response to comments received on the rule proposal, the dermal absorption fractions for 12 contaminants have been adjusted to be consistent with EPA. Originally in the rule proposal, the department had assigned different dermal absorption fractions for 12 contaminants from EPA, and the reason for that was for the development of ingestion dermal soil remediation standards and the use of dermal absorption fractions. We had considered several of the contaminants semi-volatiles, and we assigned them a default dermal absorption fraction of 0.1, which differed from EPA. They considered those contaminants to be volatile, and as such, exposure was evaluated through the inhalation pathway versus the dermal exposure pathway. The department agrees that we should be consistent with EPA, and as such, the dermal absorption fractions for those 12 contaminants have been adjusted. 11 of the affected contaminants went from a dermal absorption fraction of 0.1 to none. One of the contaminants, which is lindane, went from a dermal absorption fraction of 0.1 to 0.04, also to be consistent with EPA. All 12 of these modifications resulted in ingestion dermal soil remediation standards less stringent than the originally proposed value. These updated values can be found in tables 1 and 2 of Appendix 1 of the Remediation Standards Rule, and the updated dermal absorption fractions can be found in Table 1 of Appendix 11 of the rule. Next slide. Another change that was made involved the proposed ingestion dermal soil remediation standards for N-hexane and 4-methyl-2-pentanone, also known as MIBK. It was brought to our attention in the responses in the comment period that we had used 2 HEAST reference doses to develop those standards that had since been retired. We agreed with the commenter's point, and as such, we have withdrawn the proposed ingestion dermal soil remediation standards for those 2 contaminants because there is no other appropriate toxicological information that we can use to derive the standards. Those updates are found in tables 1 and 2 of Appendix 1 of the Remediation Standards Rule, as well as the toxicity factors have been updated, or I should say in this case, removed from Table 1 of Appendix 11 of the rule. Next slide. And the last change that has occurred since the rule proposal involved the human health-based criteria reported in tables 1 and 2 of Appendix 1 of the rule for benzaldehyde, benzoate-pyrene, and 1,2-dichloropropane. It was brought to our attention in the comment period that a couple of those human health-based criteria had been reported either inappropriately or were missing entirely. As such, those values have been updated. It is important to note that those updates for the majority involved the non-carcinogenic human health-based criteria, whereas the soil remediation standards are based on the carcinogenic criteria. Therefore, although this criteria was updated, it did not change the originally proposed soil remediation standards for those contaminants. Next slide. In the next few slides to come, I'd like to go over the soil remediation standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway and how they compare to US EPA's ingestion dermal regional screening levels. It's important to highlight that 14 of the ingestion dermal soil remediation standards are more stringent than EPA's regional screening levels. There are a variety of reasons for this, which I'm going to go over. The first couple slides I'm just going to summarize, and then I'll go into more detail as for the basis of those differences. 10 of the 14 contaminants are more stringent due to the department's toxicological hierarchy, which for the development of ingestion dermal soil remediation standards is slightly different from EPA's. The 10 contaminants impacted are listed below. I'm not going to read them all out to you. I'll just give you all a couple of seconds to read through them. Okay, in the next slide. 2 of the 14 contaminants that are more stringent than EPA's RFLs are due to the department's Group C carcinogen policy. Those contaminants impacted are 2-methylphenol and 4-methylphenol. And lastly, 2 of the contaminants are more stringent than EPA's RSLs because they're not listed on the RSL tables. And those contaminants are 1,3-dichlorobenzene and tertiary butyl alcohol. Next slide. So as I said, I was going to go into a little more detail as for the basis of these differences. So to go over the hierarchy for the toxicity source information for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, the department uses as its first tier the toxicity values developed by the New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute. These toxicity values are not only used to develop the department's ingestion dermal soil remediation standards, but they're also used to develop the department's drinking water maximum contaminant levels and groundwater quality standards. The second tier is US EPA's Integrated Risk Information System. And the third tier is made up of a variety of sources, including US EPA's PPRTVs, the HEAS tables, toxicity values from the California Environmental Protection Agency, as well as ATSDR. This hierarchy differs slightly from EPA's in that EPA does not use New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute toxicity values as the first tier. Instead, it uses IRIS as the first tier, followed by PPRTV, and then its third tier is made up of a variety of the sources that are listed in the Tier 3 list that New Jersey uses. Next slide. Okay, the next few slides, I'm going to go over the department's Group C carcinogen policy. This department policy is used to develop not only health-based remediation standards, but also drinking water maximum contaminant levels, groundwater quality criteria, as well as human health-based surface water quality criteria. Next slide. Group C carcinogens are defined as possible human carcinogens by US EPA under the 1986 guidelines for carcinogen assessment, or defined as having suggestive evidence of carcinogenic potential by US EPA under the 2005 guidelines for carcinogen assessment. Next slide. Those Group C carcinogens with a cancer toxicity factor available has a carcinogenic health-based criteria calculated using that cancer toxicity factor, as well as the department's 1 × 10⁻⁶ cancer risk target that is mandated by the New Jersey Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act. If a Group C carcinogen does not have a cancer toxicity factor available, an additional uncertainty factor of 10 is applied to the non-cancer toxicity factor to account for potential carcinogenic effects. Next slide. In Appendix 11, Table 1 of the Remediation Standards Rule, 14 contaminants are identified as being Group C carcinogens. As I mentioned in earlier slides, 2 of those contaminants, 2-methylphenol and 4-methylphenol, have ingestion dermal soil remediation standards more stringent than EPA's RSLs, and that is due to the application of an additional uncertainty factor of 10. This is also applied to atrazine. However, it does not result in a more stringent soil remediation standard because EPA also uses a cancer toxicity factor, which the department does not support because that toxicity factor is derived through root-to-root extrapolation that is not supported with PBPK modeling. I can go into more detail on that in some follow-up slides. For 6 of the 14 contaminants, there were cancer slope factors available to calculate carcinogenic health-based criteria. Therefore, the additional uncertainty factor of 10 was not applied. Next slide. And for the final 5 of those 14 contaminants, they were either derived using a New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute toxicity value or a department-derived toxicity value that had the Group C carcinogen adjustment already incorporated into it. Next slide. And to touch upon root-to-root extrapolation, the department had used this for the 2008 soil remediation standards. However, following guidance from EPA's risk assessment guidance for Superfund Part F, the department made the decision to restrict the use of root-to-root extrapolation, meaning in the case of deriving standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, using an inhalation toxicity value that had additional calculations applied to it to use it as an oral toxicity value. Unless there was physiological-based pharmacokinetic modeling, also known as PBPK modeling for short, a root-to-root extrapolation value was not used. Table 1, Appendix 11 of the Remediation Standards Rule contains footnotes that details when root-to-root extrapolation was applied and whether its use was supported with PBPK modeling. In total, there were 10 oral toxicity factors that were derived through root-to-root, and of those 10, 3 were retained to derive an ingestion dermal soil remediation standard, and those contaminants were benzene, PCE, also known as tetrachloroethene, and trichloroethene. Next slide. All right, mutagenic mode of action. Mutagenicity refers to the capacity to induce or increase the rate of genetic change. Some contaminants, such as the carcinogenic PAHs, such as benzoate-pyrene, benzoate-anthracene, they've been determined to have a mutagenic mode of action or early lifetime exposure component. And there are additional mutagenic mode of action calculations that can be applied when developing a health-based standard or screening level for those carcinogenic PAHs, trichloroethene or vinyl chloride. In the 2008 soil remediation standards, the department did not use these mutagenic mode of action calculations and has decided again for the amendments to the remediation standards rule to again not use these mutagenic mode of action calculations. So they are not incorporated into the equations for developing the standards. Next slide. I wanted to include a slide on lead because lead is always a hot topic, especially for what we know in regards to exposure to children and potential health effects. I want to point out that the soil remediation standards for lead are to remain unchanged from the former 2008 soil remediation standards. The residential ingestion dermal soil remediation standard is still 400 parts per million, and the non-residential standard is still 800 parts per million. The department is aware that EPA recently released a new version of the IUBK model, which can be used to generate a residential soil remediation standard for lead. This included a few updates to a few of the input parameters. The department's also aware that over the past couple of years, there have been updates to a couple of other input parameters, such as baseline blood lead level or geometric standard deviation that can be used to update the soil remediation standards for lead. However, other inputs, such as the highly talked about target blood lead level, has not been updated. And it's been reflected in EPA's regional screening level tables and regional removal management levels that they have not updated those values. They're still using the former 400 and 800 part per million values. So there's a lot of inconsistency, but the department is remaining consistent with EPA as far as its RSL levels go and its regional removal management levels go, and we are sticking for now with the 400 and 800 part per million standards. We will continue to evaluate this topic and make changes if they become necessary in the future. Next slide.
Okay, so we're going to do our first test your knowledge poll question for today. I need to know from Anthony and Tyrone if we're ready to go with that.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, so true or false, the SRS for lead have changed from the 2008 SRS. The answers are A, true or false. And the poll is open, so you have a minute to answer that question, and then we will resume the presentation. During this minute, I'd like to take the time to remind everybody not to log out of the webinar at all today. Please keep it open and running so that you are able to attend for the day. Also, sporadically throughout the day, I'll be posting the course evaluation. It will be in the chat I've already posted it once. I'll post it again after this quiz question so that you can go to the SurveyMonkey and fill it out. How are we for time?
45 seconds, 46, about 10 more seconds to go.
Okay. So we're going to wrap this up and continue Erica's presentation in just a few more seconds. And we'll give you the answer if you didn't know it. So next slide. Next slide. And the answer to today's first poll question is B, false. Okay. Erica?
Okay. All right. So I'm assuming everyone got a perfect score on that one. Otherwise, I have failed at my job. Moving right along, the next contaminant I wanted to discuss is dioxin. The term dioxin refers to a mixture of polychlorinated dioxin and purine congeners that are similar in structure and toxicity. There are approximately 210 of these congeners. The most famous of them for its toxicity, unfortunately, is 2378 TCDD, also known as 2378 tetrachloro-dibenzo-P-dioxin. I'm only going to say the full name once for everybody's sake. We originally had screening levels for dioxin. However, as part of the amendments to the remediation standards rule, there are now ingestion dermal soil remediation standards for dioxin for both the residential and non-residential exposure scenarios. And those standards are 51 parts per trillion for the residential and 810 parts per trillion for the non-residential. Both of these soil remediation standards are based on the IRIS non-cancer reference dose. The toxicity of mixture is assessed in relation to 2378 TCDD using congener-specific toxic equivalency factors that have been developed by the World Health Organization. You're to use those TEFs, multiply them by the concentration to develop a toxic equivalence. It's called a TEQ. You do that for each individual chemical, and then you add those up to develop your total TEQ, and that concentration should be compared to the department's soil remediation standards for dioxin. Next slide. I also want to mention, you don't have to go back, you can stay on this slide, but following this presentation, there will be a presentation on Category 1 and Category 2 extractable petroleum hydrocarbons. They also, they have earned their own little space in this presentation, and I just want to let everybody know that they will be discussed coming up. If you're looking for additional information on the soil remediation standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, as Swati mentioned earlier when she was going over the remediation standards website, there is a basis and background document for the soil remediation standards for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. And there also is a ingestion dermal exposure pathway calculator where you can see the inputs that were used to develop the residential and non-residential standards, as well as it gives you the option to develop alternative remediation standards for soil for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. I'll be going over that, the development of ARS in more detail in next week's training session. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. I appreciate the presentation, and I'm sure everybody else in the audience did too. Next up, we have Nicole Kalajian to discuss EPH.
Okay, thank you, Christina and Erica. Get my screen right here. My name is Nicole Kalajian. I am also with the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. And as Erica mentioned, EPH, extractable petroleum hydrocarbons, have earned their own little spot in this presentation. So basically, as a continuation of the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, we're just going to spend a couple minutes talking about EPH. Next slide, please. So just to give a quick overview, so what is EPH? So for those who might not be as familiar, EPH is broken down into two categories. Those are categories 1 and 2. As you can see here, category 1 is limited to number 2 fuel oil and diesel fuel. And category 2 consists pretty much of the heavier petroleum products that you can find listed in table 2-1 from the tech regs. And that's a screenshot there of that table. For additional information on differentiating the categories, you can certainly look up the EPH technical guidance that was released in 2019. And there's additional information on those categories and also how to classify mixtures as well. Next slide, please. So here's a little comparison of what were the former soil remediation criterion for categories 1 and 2 and what are now the new soil remediation standards as a result of the rule release. So to be consistent with the amendments to the remediation standards, the input parameters for the exposure frequency, which are days over year, and exposure duration, which is year, were updated. And because of these updates, the standards for category 1 EPH increased for both the residential and non-residential exposure scenarios. The calculator has the individual input parameters laid out, and we'll be discussing that in a few moments. So as a reminder though, the default product limits, the AOC specific alternative product limits, if you choose to calculate one of those for your area of concern, and the ceiling limit for EPH still apply. Those are product limits and they're not health-based criteria, so they were not affected by the rule amendments. Of course, as a reminder, treatment and removal to the product limits per the tech regs is still a requirement. Next slide, please. Swati and Erica both mentioned earlier that there were going to be, some changes to the guidance documents and also some new calculator options available as a result of the rule amendments. So here's kind of a snapshot of the EPH portion of the guidance library. You can see that the EPH category 2 health-based calculator that was released in 2019 with the updated technical guidance is that first arrow there. And below that, you'll find the new EPH ingestion dermal exposure pathway calculator, So that former health-based soil remediation criterion calculator will still be available for those still undergoing active remediations and having approved work plans and things of that nature. So that calculator will stay there for a while. Next slide, please. So the category 2 sample-specific residential and non-residential calculators are similar to the calculator that you may have become familiar with, which is the one that I referenced a moment ago. So it's very similar, this new calculator, the category 2 EPH, the new category 2 EPH ingestion dermal exposure calculator. So you'll see on the next slide that there are other options for calculating alternative remediation standards for certain scenarios. And as Erica mentioned, alternative remediation standards will be covered in more detail next week. So the equation that the calculator is based on can be found in Appendix 2 of the Remediation Standards Adoption document if you want to look at that for more information. And that equation was the one that was used to calculate a single numeric total EPH soil criterion for category 1. And is now used to calculate, it's also used to calculate a sample-specific total EPH soil criterion for all EPH category 2 as well. So as I mentioned, if you want more information on sort of the breakdown of that calculator, you can visit the remediation standards document and get more info on it. Next slide, please. So aside from the category 2 residential and non-residential sample specific calculators, the other calculator options provide the user with options to develop an alternative remediation standard, as I mentioned a moment ago. So an ARS can be maybe based on an site-specific alternative land use, which would be based on an alternative exposure scenario. So more on that next week, but just because this calculator page just looks quite different from what it used to, I just wanted to cover those few different options that you might see here. So the ARS for the ingestion dermal pathway, again, will be discussed next week. So we're just going to focus on those two where the two blue arrows are the Category 2 EPH residential and Category 2 EPH non-residential calculators. Next slide, please. So for this particular example, I selected the Category 2 residential scenario. So after the user would select the appropriate calculator, you'll see a yellow bar at the top of the Excel spreadsheet. So make sure you click that to enable the content, otherwise the Excel sheet won't populate all that information. So the arrow in the top right-hand corner on your screen is pointing to the legend, which shows the user the fixed parameters, as well as those that require the user input. If you look down, the first red arrow points to boxes requiring data entry from the user. And this red arrow is pointing to the area where the fractionated values from the laboratory are entered. So for those of you unfamiliar with the EPH method, it's an extraction that essentially occurs in two distinct parts. So it's the initial extraction and concentration, and then the fractionation of that initial concentration into the aromatic and aliphatic fractions, followed by a concentration again. So the EPH method replaced the TPH method and basically allows for the calculation of specific carbon ranges, giving you a more accurate assessment of the potential health risks. So if you look a little bit closely, or if you want to play with the calculator at some point on your own time, you can see the assigned values for each of the carbon ranges above the blue input boxes for the residential exposure scenario here. And as I mentioned before in the first couple of slides, to be consistent with the amendments to the remediation standards, those input parameters for the exposure frequency and duration were updated. And you can see those blue arrows are pointing to those two boxes there with those particular parameters. Next slide, please. So after the user inputs the concentrations and hits enter, the calculator will generate a total EPH for that sample, as you can see denoted by that first blue arrow. The sample-specific remediation criterion is calculated, and the result can be found at the bottom, where that red and both the red and blue arrow are. And additionally, the calculator will give the user a simple pass or fail option, which is a holdover from the previous calculator as well. So you can see here that the total EPH calculated for this particular example is 5,348 milligrams per kilogram, which is less than the calculated remediation standard of 5,700 that was generated by the calculator. So as just a general reminder, just because I did use the residential exposure scenario here, if the subject is a non-residential site, the user has to perform the calculations for both the residential and non-residential exposure scenarios and submit both of those calculators with their deliverables to the department. Next slide, please. If you have any questions regarding EPH, myself as well as Bill Karp are the two EPH contacts for site remediation. So if you have any questions regarding EPH, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for your presentation. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Alan Motter, who is also from the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. Alan, are you here? There you go. We see you. Now can we hear you? We cannot hear Alan.
Okay, I was unable to unmute myself originally.
There we go.
Okay.
Good. Welcome, Alan.
All right, thank you, Lynn. All right, as Lynn said, my name is Alan Motter. I'm a supervisor in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. I'm also the chair for the Inhalation Exposure Pathway and the department contact. So I'll be introducing this topic. Next slide, please. When we received comments on the rule, we noticed that there was a lot of confusion between vapor intrusion and inhalation exposure pathway for the soil standards. So we thought it would be prudent to provide some clarification on the distinction between these two very different pathways. So for the inhalation exposure pathway, first of all, it is a soil standard. It is based on the concentration of the contaminant in the soil. For vapor intrusion, it is an indoor air standard based on concentration in air. And the vapor intrusion pathway also has subslab, soil gas, and groundwater screening levels. The inhalation exposure pathway is protective against soil contamination, both particulates and vapors from VOCs coming off of soils. The vapor intrusion pathway is protective against indoor air vapors, VOCs and mercury only, in indoor air. Next slide, please. The inhalation exposure pathway is triggered by soil exceedance, and this is the the center of the earth policy. It doesn't matter how deep the contamination is, where it is in the soil. An exceedance is an exceedance, and that will trigger a remedial action of some sort. Vapor intrusion is triggered by either groundwater results or subslab soil gas exceedances. The inhalation exposure pathway, the remedial action is soil removal or treatment or engineering or institutional controls or a combination of those. Whereas for vapor intrusion, a remedial action is groundwater treatment, subslab depressurization system. So hopefully this clarifies the differences between the two. Next slide, please. Okay, Erica did a great job of explaining hierarchy for toxicity for the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. Note that for the inhalation exposure pathway, we do not use the New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute values because they are oral based, and we are using inhalation based toxicity values. So that was the first tier for ingestion dermal. It does not exist for the inhalation pathway. So we start with iris as our tier 1, and then tier 2 is the same as the same set of databases that Erica mentioned for tier 3 of the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. Next slide, please. Again, Erica explained Group C carcinogen policy, so I am not going to repeat everything other than to say that for the inhalation exposure pathway, it is handled the same way as outlined in the ingestion dermal exposure pathway. The next slide, please. For the Group C carcinogens, Appendix 11, Table 2 is the toxicity values for the inhalation exposure pathway, and identifies 3 contaminants that are classified as Group C carcinogens. However, the factor of 10, the uncertainty factor, only comes into play for 1,1-dichloroethene, as both MTBE and naphthalene have IURs, or inhalation unit risk factors, available from databases other than IRIS, and we use those. So the Group C carcinogen policy is sort of a moot point for those two. Next slide, please. Again, Erica had mentioned root-to-root extrapolation. This becomes much more important for the inhalation exposure pathway than for the ingestion dermal, because quite frankly, it's a lot easier if you're dosing a lab rat to mix some contaminant in with the food or put it on its skin and conduct an experiment than it is to put it in a box and maintain a certain concentration of contaminant in the air to do an inhalation study. So a lot of inhalation toxicity values were derived from ingestion or dermal studies. And to be consistent with EPA, unless they used the PBPK modeling, we did not use those toxicity values. If they were simple linear extrapolation, we did not use them. So in Appendix 11, Table 2, if you look at the footnotes, for root-to-root extrapolation, there are actually 47 inhalation toxicity values where root-to-root extrapolation was used. However, only 2 of those were supported with PBPK modeling. That was for TCE and vinyl chloride. The other 45 inhalation toxicity values were not used for the inhalation exposure pathway. So that's a lot of toxicity values that would have been used in the previous effort, standards effort, that were not used this time around. Next slide, please. Mutagenic mode of action. Again, Erica did a great job of explaining this. So other than to state that, carcinogenic, PAHs, TC, vinyl chloride all have mutagenic mode of action, which mutagenicity refers to the capacity to induce or increase the rate of genetic change. Site Remediation Waste Management Program made a policy decision not to include mutagenic mode of action in the calculations. It's a whole separate range of set of calculations to do mutagenic mode of action, but we made a policy decision not to do that. Next slide, please.
Okay, we are now here to do the next test your knowledge slide. Are we ready, Tyrone?
Yes.
So it's a true-false question. Mutagenicity refers to the capacity to induce or increase the rate of genetic change is the question. Please answer true or false. You have 60 seconds to do so. During this time, I would like to remind everybody of what I had said at the beginning of the presentation. If you are having any kind of technical issues, please use the chat function. If you have any questions, please put that in the question tab. We will be having a question session at the end of Alan's slide. At that time, we would like you to ask your questions and submit send, because some of them will be covered in a later, maybe covered in a later presentation, or maybe covered after you're done, after you hit send. So please wait to ask your questions, and if there's a global technical issue, we will be addressing it globally. And I hope I'm close to my 60 seconds. How much time?
It's closing now.
Yay! All right, so next slide, the answer to the question is true. And back to you, Alan.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Okay, so what changed between 2008 and 2021 soil standards? One of the major things was truck traffic. We no longer use truck traffic for non-residential sites, and this is consistent with US EPA. If you recall, for particulates, truck traffic actually caused non-residential standards to be lower than the residential standards for certain contaminants. And this was due to trucks obviously picking up dust and making it available for inhalation. So we use the same equations for residential and non-residential, but there's differences in exposure parameters and lot size. 2 acres for non-residential, ½ acre for residential sites. The lot size influences the Q/C, which is the inverse concentration at the center of the source. Lot size plays a factor in determining the Q/C. So both the exposure parameters and the concentration at the center of the source will differ between residential and non-residential. Also, root-to-root extrapolation, not to beat a dead horse, but we only use root-to-root extrapolation with PBPK, and this is to be consistent with the risk assessment guidance for Superfund Part F, or RAGS Part F, and it results in a lot fewer toxicity factors for the inhalation exposure factor. Next slide, please. All right, we also received a lot of comments regarding the ethyl benzene toxicity factors. So I wanted to take a little bit of time to go over that. In the 2008 standards, we used the IRIS toxicity factors. And IRIS is based on, was conducted in 1988, and it just simply does not include an IUR for cancer for the inhalation toxicity. The IRIS toxicity assessment for ethyl benzene does identify ethyl benzene as a Class D carcinogen. And IRIS also refers to the National Toxicity Program NTP plan for carcinogenicity bioassay. That was actually, those studies were actually concluded in 1999. But since IRIS hasn't been updated since 1988, they do not include those critical assessments. Discussions with EPA indicate that EPA reevaluation of ethyl benzene for IRIS toxicity assessment was suspended in 2018. And as of the last time we spoke with EPA regarding this assessment, there were no plans to resume this. I can check further with them to see if that's coming, but in the interim, IRIS is still based on a 1988 assessment. Next slide, please. All right, so for the 2021 standards, the department used the Cal EPA IUR, which was developed in 2007, updated again in 2009 and 2011. And that is based on the 1999 NTP studies. It's simply the best science. And it's based on the best science compared to the cancer toxicity information contained in the IRIS database. So IRIS is simply out of date when it comes to ethyl benzene. The Cal EPA IUR for ethyl benzene is also used by the EPA in the regional screening tables and has been used by the department for the indoor air screening levels and now the standards since 2013. So it is not unprecedented to use the Cal EPA IUR. It is in fact used by EPA for their regional screening tables, and we've used it for 8 years. Cal EPA assessment outlines in detail the evaluations, including the PBPK modeling portion of their assessment. And it's conducted as part of the development of the IUR factor. Next slide, please. Development of the IUR included by Cal EPA included public and peer review of the technical document outlining the basis for the value, and received approval from the California Scientific Review Panel for Toxic Air Contaminants. So this is a very well vetted IUR which had public and peer review given to it. In addition to that, Site Remediation and Waste Management Program considered all the information available and included a further evaluation by the department's Division of Science and Research. So we looked at all of this information, all the information available, and consulted with DSR before using the Cal EPA in development of the inhalation exposure pathway soil remediation standards. Documentation on the Cal EPA IUR value may be accessed at that website. And if you want further information on it, contact me separately, and we can set up a Teams chat and talk about the Cal EPA IUR to your satisfaction. Next slide, please. Lastly, we had some questions regarding the derivation of the equations. Appendix 12 of the rule provides the derivation of and shows the equivalency of all the equations that we use compared to the EPA regional screening tables. EPA regional screening table, however, does use a little bit more conservative approach in combining the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation exposure pathways into one equation. As demonstrated at the bottom, the screening level is equal to 1 over the quantity of 1 over the ingestion plus 1 over the dermal plus 1 over the inhalation values. Next slide, please. So what we did is pulled out just the inhalation portion, so the screening level will be equal to 1 over the screening level, which if you go back to your 5th or 6th grade math, 1 over reciprocal is equal to the equation. So it would simply be the equation, which we've listed the carcinogenic equation out here, showing all the parameters. And I will not go over each of these parameters, but it includes the target risk, which is 10 to the minus 6, lifetime, which is 70, IUR, which we spoke about, exposure frequencies, and so forth. Next slide, please. All right, so to demonstrate the difference between the way we calculated the standards versus the way EPA would have handled it, using benzene as an example for the residential value, we calculated 2.2 parts per million for the inhalation standard and 3 for the ingestion dermal. Using the equation of 1 over the quantity of 1 over ingestion dermal plus 1 over inhalation, substituting in the values would give us 1 over 3 plus 1 over 2.2. Again, going back to your 5th or 6th grade math, finding least common denominator, 1 over 22 over 66 plus 30 over 66 equal to 1 over 52 over 66, which would be 66 over 52, or 1.3 rounded to 2 significant digits. So we have an inhalation standard of 2.2, an ingestion standard of 3.0. Had we combined them, it would have been a direct contact standard of 1.3 parts per million. Okay, next slide, please. All right, at this time, if there's any questions for Erica, Nicole, or myself, we'll take those.
Okay, so this is your opportunity now to hit send on all of your many, many questions that I am sure you have. And I will do my best to identify the questions and read them out loud to you. I will start with, oops. Hold on a second. Going here, we have a question. If there is no standard for a particular compound, can you simply remediate to the laboratory PQL in lieu of developing a site-specific new standard?
The rule has a provision in it for developing interim standards. So if you have a contaminant where there is no standard, but that contaminant is important to your site, then we should develop a standard for it. If there's no toxicity data available either for the ingestion dermal or inhalation pathway, then we would have to come up with an alternative method.
We have a question for Nicole. What did Nicole say at the very end about running the EPH calculator? Looks like twice. Nicole, are you here? Okay. Nicole? Ah, there you are. What a bill.
I apologize. I'm very sorry about that. I was having a hard time getting my camera activated again. What I said was, just as a reminder, if you are working on a site and it's a non-residential site, that you still have to use the calculator with the residential exposure scenario. So you have to submit the information for both of those, particularly as it pertains to delineation towards the site boundary. The department wants the information for both the residential and non-residential exposure scenario there.
Okay, I have a question for Erica. Are you there? Please confirm that the evaluation of dioxin against the SRS is only by using the TEQ. In other words, even if the individual dioxin congener is below the SRS, must the TEQ also be calculated and compared to the SRS?
Okay, so the sample and analysis of dioxin is I'm going to preface this with is a little bit outside of my realm of expertise. I assist with developing the standards. But as I understand it, for the analysis of dioxin, it could be the 2378 TCDD that you're comparing against, or if you have additional analysis that shows all the different congeners, then you would do the TEQ approach and you would compare that value to the soil remediation standard, whether it be for the residential or non-residential scenario.
Thank you. Okay, are we required to use the EPA approach to combine the pathway standards, or use the applicable pathway, or use the lowest if multiple pathways apply?
It would be the lowest of multiple pathways, and at this point we have not gone over the impact or the migration to groundwater numbers, but you would also have to include that. So you use the lowest of the applicable standards as your driving standard. You do not combine them.
Okay. Even though there are standards for inhalation and ingestion dermal, ultimately we will need to remediate to the most stringent value, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
That was a good one. Okay, hold on. When or if IRIS is updated for ethyl benzene in the future, I don't see the whole question here.
Okay, well, as far as IRIS updates, there is a provision in the rule for allowing us to update standards based on IRIS updates. Since IRIS is peer-reviewed, we can just go ahead and use those toxicity values and put them into our equations and update standards.
Sorry, I see it. I now see where I can read the rest of the question. It was when or if IRIS is updated for ethyl benzene in the future, would the remediation standards be updated from the Cal EPA value? And I believe you just answered that.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see what else I can find here for you. Our next question, I think, is now that there are VI standards, if an indoor air sample is collected and exceeds the standard, however, is not conducted due to the groundwater exceeding the groundwater screening levels, is this considered a discharge, and should it be reported to the department as the definition of a discharge is a release that impacts the soils and waters of the state?
So this vapor intrusion will be covered a little bit later on today, and I think that that discussion is going to be had at that particular time. And also, you know, we can revisit that question later. If we'll flag it, and if it's not answered, we'll answer that question after the VI presentation.
And if that's not answered later, then if we don't have time later, we can always go back and we will be responding to all the questions that are not answered via email at a later time. And we will have the list of all of everybody's contact information that is speaking today. So if you have additional questions that you decide later, or if you're one of the people who didn't get onto this presentation and you're watching this at a later date, feel free to contact any of the experts. Their contact information is listed in the department's general contact, in the SRP page rather, the general contact information for the experts. Any other question? Oh, wait, here we go. Was the alternative product limit calculator updated, or is the most recent version still December 2019?
That calculator was not changed with respect to the rule amendment, so it remains the same calculator that was released in 2019.
Okay. Do inhalation standards apply to subsurface soils?
It sounds like I failed in my presentation. I did at the very beginning explain that regardless of where the soil exceedance is, it's the center of the earth policy. The inhalation exposure pathway soil remediation standard applies regardless of the soil depth.
Okay. Why did the department split ingestion, dermal, and inhalation into two separate pathways versus leaving it as a table with the lowest value as a standard?
Can we get Dr. Barry in to answer that question?
Thank you, Dr. Barry.
Yes, we had a conversation relative to the concept of taking the two exposure pathways and taking the lower of the two. And let's just say we did that and the ingestion dermal was the lower one, and then we would have that as the standard. But then in the table, we just had a health-based criterion relative to the inhalation. And there was some concern as to whether or not we could legally enforce the health-based criterion as another standard. So we felt the best way to resolve that issue was to make both of them standards, and you apply the more stringent of the two, or the three if you're looking at migration to groundwater.
From what Alan indicated, it appears there is not a correlation between soil inhalation standard and VI. Can you confirm that?
That's correct. The only possible interaction between the two is in vapor intrusion, if you get to the point of collecting indoor air samples, you also take an ambient air sample to compare to your indoor air. So if you have soil that is contributing to the concentrations in ambient air, you would observe that in the ambient air sample and compare it to your indoor air. Other than that, the two pathways are completely separate.
Thank you. Is the inhalation standard applicable if the sample is collected within the saturated zone?
Again, center of earth policy, it doesn't matter where the concentration is.
Okay. Would ethyl benzene be an order of magnitude change from the old direct contact soil remediation standard, or is it the department standpoint that the inhalation standard for ethyl benzene is a new standard and not subject to the order of magnitude change?
I'll jump into this.
Okay.
We are considering it to be an order of magnitude change relative to the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation exposure pathways. Since in the old standard it was the lower of the two, there really wasn't one, but now that there is, we are basically saying you're comparing it against the old standard, which was 7,800 for ingestion dermal. We're saying yes, it's an order of magnitude trigger.
Okay, just looking to see if we have any more questions. Is the same center of earth policy applicable to, hold on. Is the same center of earth policy applicable to the ingestion dermal soil remediation standard?
It is.
Thank you. Well, is the Center of the Earth Policy Department confirmation of inner Earth? And come on. See if there's anything else here. All right. I'm going to go back to some other questions here. We still have a few more minutes of questions, so please continue to send your questions in here. Is the EPH calculator 2 screening level still 2,300 parts per million?
Can you repeat that?
Is the EPH category 2 screening level still 2,300 parts per million?
The EPH category 2 screening
level.
Okay. I think perhaps that's referring to the threshold in which fractionation is required. And if that is the case, then 2,300 is still your number there.
A non-residential EPH is now 75,000. Does that mean that a calculated, and sorry if you hear the truck going by out here, does that mean that a calculated free product limit could be calculated to any level below 75,000, or is there a ceiling limit to free product for EPH category 1?
Sorry, I'm just trying to read the question too. There is still a ceiling limit. That ceiling limit is 30,000, and that's not a default ceiling limit. That's something that you would have to have generated as a result of using the alternative product limit calculator. So for example, it could give you any range of values when you do utilize that as a tool. So 30,000 is still the ceiling limit, because at that point soil is no longer a soil. That 75,000, that is a health-based remediation criterion.
Okay. Is the exceedance of the most stringent standard, including the migration to groundwater pathway, reportable to the department hotline?
I would say yes.
I would agree with you, Barry. Confused by Barry's response regarding the 4 tables of ingestion, dermal, and inhalation for non-residential and residential, and that DEP could not issue 1 table to indicate the standard, taking the lowest number for both pathways for a particular contaminant. Want to try again?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, I think they just want you to, the person would like you to just try to explain again why you made it different standards, where before it was 1 table and you had to pick the highest of the 2. Going back to your previous question.
Okay, again, it goes back to, we had some concern as to whether or not something that we just listed as a criterion could be treated as a standard, and whether or not we had legal authority to force someone to remediate to a criterion but not a standard. And again, we thought the best way to resolve that issue was to make them all standards, and then basically go with the lowest value as the standard for your site or area of concern.
Okay.
So I think what that would entail is like for benzene, where you have 2.2 for inhalation and 3 for ingestion dermal. If you used an ARS for benzene and it went from 2.2 to 8, could we enforce the 3 if it was not a standard, if it was just a health-based criterion?
Correct.
Do the residential standards still apply to non-residential sites when determining if a deed notice is required?
Yeah, if you want your site to have unrestricted use, it has to be remediated to the most stringent standard for a given contaminant. And again, that also includes, migration to groundwater.
Okay, just looking to see if, oh, wait, found one I missed. One of the questions I was hoping you will be addressing today is the question of, are there ever use scenarios where only the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, but not the inhalation exposure pathway applies, or vice versa?
No.
No. Okay, it was an easy answer. There are a lot of questions here, just making sure. Anything I missed?
Lynn, if you scroll all
Yep.
the way down on the questions.
I'm finding more.
Gotcha.
In a non-regulated site, I didn't want to read, sorry, more down at the bottom. Here we go, okay. Please clarify that soil results must meet both the ingestion dermal and inhalation exposure pathway standards, or just the lowest or more of the most stringent standard.
Well, if it meets the lowest of the most stringent, then it would in fact meet the others as well. So yes, it's the lowest of the applicable standards.
And I think you want,
as migration to groundwater is not applicable to saturated soils.
it sounds like you're saying that there is no scenario where only the ingestion dermal or the inhalation scenario applies. Please confirm, which I think we did.
Correct.
Is a clean soil cap considered protected as an engineering control for the inhalation pathway?
Engineering controls, caps as engineering controls can be used for the inhalation exposure pathway. And that's no change from previously.
If you use compliance averaging to address the most stringent standard, are you then subject to do a demonstration for the other pathways as well?
It would be on a case-specific basis. If you are just doing compliance averaging, whether it's arithmetic or 95 pro UCL, if you demonstrate compliance with with the most stringent, I would say you're okay. May get a little more complicated relative to migration to groundwater if you're demonstrating compliance, let's say, by doing an immobile chemical. So you could have levels that exceed the migration to groundwater number. You're overriding it with a immobile chemical, and that concentration may be greater than either ingestion dermal or inhalation. So in that instance, you still may have to deal with the other pathways, even though originally, based on the default numbers, the migration to groundwater pathway was the lowest.
I think this is a similar question. For soil data tables submitted with remedial phase reports, do all 5 standards need to be included for comparison, or just the most stringent of the residential, non-residential, and migration to groundwater?
I would say if you are just using the straight numbers, I think you can go with just the driving pathway. But if you are doing a compliance mechanism, you may have to go into a little more detail. Again, my example with the mobile chemicals.
And I think that answered this question as well. When reporting, do you expect call-outs of all pathways, exceedances, or just the residential, non-residential migration to groundwater? And you just answered that one. It was just worded differently. Part of my problem with doing this, see what else we have here. So if you develop an ARS that is above the inhalation standard, you need to meet inhalation?
So
I'm assuming what that, oh, yeah. I can take this. I assume what they mean is they're developing an ARS for the ingestion dermal pathway, which was originally the more stringent of the two pathways. But the ARS that they've developed for the ingestion dermal is now higher than the default inhalation. Yes, you do need to take into account the inhalation exposure pathway as well. And that's another good reason for us separating these exposure pathways for those situations, so the other pathway is not forgotten.
And that scenario will be covered in the next training, the ARS training.
Okay.
When there's a flagged one that wasn't addressed up at the top.
Why don't you read it?
Okay, in a non-regulated site, such as the Guard Your Backyard guidance documents, people would evaluate importing soil if it met the former residential direct contact standard. What would they use now? Dermal ingestion or the lower of several? That same person basically asked the same question at the top and said, NJDEP's Guard Your Backyard, a soil and fill reference document that states the former residential direct soil remediation standards are the standards to see if soil is clean or not. What new standard will replace that one? Same person, sort of the same way of asking a question that it doesn't pertain to the training with respect to the Guard Your Backyard guidance.
Okay. I was going to say, I am not familiar with the Guard Your Backyard program to the extent that I probably should, but I think this is something we may have to get back to them on.
Okay, I'll write that in.
Okay, here's another question. Please confirm that soil in the unsaturated zone needs to be compared to the inhalation, ingestion, and migration to groundwater pathway, and soil in the saturated zone needs to be compared to inhalation and ingestion pathways. Did I read that again slower?
Yeah, so basically they're saying unsaturated, ingestion, dermal, inhalation, and migration to groundwater, saturated, inhalation, and ingestion dermal. That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. Somehow I went all the way to the top again. Okay, and we are just at the just about at 11:20, which is the time for our break. So I think this will be a good time to stop with the questions. Again, as I said earlier, any of the questions that are not answered, we will get back to you. We will go through them, and you will get email responses as long as we have your email when you logged in. We will be able to respond back to you at that time. Again, you can always email any of the experts on your own. And with that, we'll be taking a break. Remember, please do not, sorry, Christina, this was your part. I just looked at our notes, but please do not log out. Please stay logged in, or you may not be able to get back in. And we will see you in 10 minutes. Enjoy the break. Okay, it's time to come back from our break. I hope everybody is back in the room. Tyrone, can you please go to the next slide, please? Right, I'd like to introduce Dr. Swati Toppin, the rule manager, and to discuss migration to groundwater. Take it away.
All right, so the migration to groundwater exposure pathway. Next slide. I went back and forth a little bit on how to begin the presentation because, of course, we have two standards, as you all are well aware. But I thought, let's start with when do we even want to think about the migration to groundwater exposure pathway? So for the migration to groundwater pathway, begin by checking your contaminant concentration against the soil remediation migration to groundwater standard, not the leachate standard. Okay, so that's the one that you look at. You have soil concentrations for a contaminant. Do they exceed the soil remediation standard or not? That's when you know that the pathway is of concern. Okay, next slide. Again, going into how things have changed or has anything changed. So the standards for the migration to groundwater pathway, again, formally impacted groundwater pathway. In terms of implementation, nothing much has changed, okay? The pathway still had to be addressed prior to this rule. It still has to be addressed now. And prior to this rule, we had, instead of standards for migration to groundwater, we had screening levels. And we call them impacted groundwater soil screening levels. If a responsible party did not want to do site-specific work, the impacted groundwater soil screening levels were then designated as site-specific standards, even if there was no real site-specific data. So that's what we used to do. Next slide. So that particular step where you have to just say that they're site-specific without doing site-specific work. This step has been eliminated with the adoption of the soil remediation standards. And so now you compare the contaminant concentrations in the soil with the soil remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway. And again, in both cases, the option of doing what I call real site-specific work to get an alternative remediation standard, or to accept the default standard or the SSL in the past, that remains the same. Okay, next slide, please. We have two types of standards. We have the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway, and we have the soil leachate remediation standard. This has caused a little bit of confusion for people, and understandably so. So, next slide, please. When you start your site investigation, there is absolutely no compulsion to compare the contaminant concentration against the leachate standard. You don't ever have to use the leachate standards if you don't want to. You don't have to do SBLP. Basically, the leachate standards are linked to the groundwater remediation standards, which are standards. So they're the groundwater remediation standard times the dilution attenuation factor. And on a lot of sites, especially the where there are inorganic contaminants or where there are semi-volatile contaminants, the SBLP procedure is done fairly early on. So we have leachate standards now, but again, you don't have to use them. There was a question, there was a comment question in the proposal that if I have an exceedance of the contaminant in the groundwater, am I now locked into doing a leachate standard? And I think the thinking there was that leachate standard is, it's in the aqueous medium, so is the groundwater. And so do I have to do that? Again, no, you don't have to do any kind of, you don't have to do SPLP if you don't want. However, I just want to stress that if an SPLP is done, then do not use the results, the leachate results, just as is. They have to be put into the spreadsheet. Don't just compare the results with the standards. Put them into the spreadsheet, and this gives you an alternate remediation standards. Okay? All right. Onward. Next slide, please. All right, so now going on to a couple of differences in how the current remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway were generated versus the prior impact to groundwater soil screening levels. So both are based on the soil-water partition equation. Just going a little bit into the soil-water partition equation, basically this can be used no matter where your contaminant is located, and this is a big advantage. So we still use the soil-water partition equation. That is the equation that EPA uses, but the endpoint from which the standard is calculated, okay, because we're protecting the groundwater, so we use the groundwater remediation standard. That endpoint today is the groundwater remediation standard. In the past, we used the health-based groundwater quality criteria. So in the past, with the impact groundwater screening levels, if the health-based groundwater quality criteria was lower than the PQL, you still had to use that. Today, we're using the groundwater remediation standard. So where the PQL made a difference in the past, today there'll be a slightly higher standard depending on the difference between the health-based groundwater quality criteria and the PQL. So that's one difference. The second difference is that the whole C saturation limit, the saturation concentration, we looked into that a little bit more. That has been expanded so that the pathway is now not applicable to more contaminants than in the previous rule. Previously, we only had one contaminant drop out due to CSAT for this pathway only. Okay, that's I'm not talking about the other pathways. So previously, only di-N-octyl phthalate dropped out. Now we have a whole slew of ones that have dropped out. Next slide, please. So the contaminants that have been dropped, so to speak, from the migration to groundwater exposure pathway due to CSAT are the ones you see on this slide here. A lot of the PAHs have been dropped out. Benzoapyrene has dropped out, which is, it's a common contaminant on a lot of sites. In addition to the PAHs, 1,1-biphenyl is no longer applicable to this pathway, di-N-butyl phthalate, also endosulfan 1 and 2, methoxychlor, and so on. So for these contaminants, when you look at the migration to groundwater soil remediation standards, which are in Table 5, you'll see that it says not applicable due to the CSAT issue. All right, so basically the department's value, oh, I'm sorry, can you go to the prior slide? All right, my mistake. All right, so we have the migration to groundwater soil remediation standards based on the soil-water partition equation. And one of the things that we do differ with EPA on is that the values used are consistent with the values pertinent to New Jersey rather than the EPA values. And this is explained in the migration to groundwater basis and background document. This migration to groundwater basis and background document has two particular things that I think are useful. Okay, firstly, it does go into detail on where we differ from EPA, and it gives you the rationale on why we differ from EPA. So, that's pretty useful. It gives a little bit more information on CSAT. And next slide. A sensitivity analysis has been performed for many of the parameters. I think this is a particularly useful part of the basis and background document because a number of parameters go into the soil-water partition equation, and not all of them weigh in heavily into the result. So, for instance, the Henry's Law constant doesn't make much of a difference if that's changed with an update, okay? But if you do have a site with a different fraction organic carbon, for instance, it makes a lot of difference. This will be dealt with more in the guidance documents and in the guidance training that we'll have. But basically, taking a look at the basis and background document, there's a few nice graphs that show how each parameter changes. If you change that parameter, how it changes your ultimate number, the soil remediation standard for the pathway. And the dilution attenuation factor is a big deal. The endpoint, so the groundwater remediation standard is a big deal. In terms of site-specific, as I said, DF is a big deal, but so is fraction organic carbon, right? So again, take a look at the basis and background document, and it'll give you an idea with the sensitivity analysis, gives you an idea where you get the most bang for your buck. If you spend time on doing this, is there a chance you'll get a higher number? So that's part of the basis and background document. Next slide, please. So how many of the old impacted groundwater soil screening levels have changed compared to the current soil remediation standards? Well, 18 remain unchanged, and 16 or 18 additional contaminants have not dropped due to CSAT. An equal number went up as have gone down. Now, going down by an order of magnitude triggers certain things, and I know Barry's going to go into that in detail this afternoon. For the migration to groundwater pathway, only 5 compounds have gone down by an order of magnitude. And these are bis-2-ethyl hexylphthalate, copper, DDE, DDT, and hexachlorocyclopentadiene. One nice thing, and I'm thinking maybe I should have put this on slides, but I can just tell you. People say, well, why did these things change? Why did the numbers go up or why did they go down? For all of the contaminants where they've gone down by an order of magnitude, which is the 5 listed here from bis-2-ethyl hexylphthalate to hexachlorocyclopentadiene, they changed because the partition coefficient for them, the KOC or the KD, changed. And there was a big difference in that from what we had used in the past. In the past, it was based on the KD was based on a different methodology. Today, EPA does the KD by looking at the structure of the chemical. The values we use for the chemical properties, and these are significant in the migration to groundwater pathway as well as in inhalation. So those chemical properties are taken right off EPA's tables, and that's where we get them. If you are looking at to answer the question on why a particular contaminant for the migration to groundwater pathway has gone up or gone down, there's a really nice, easy way of doing this. So what you can do is you can pull up the current list, the new list, the migration to groundwater soil remediation standard list. And when you do, you can pull up the soil water partition equation calculator. Because the calculator, if you click on the soil water partition equation calculator, that gives you the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet has all of the parameters and all of the values. So that's your current spreadsheet for the contaminant in question. Then go to the archives. Remember I said on the in the morning, first thing, that there's an archive page on which you'll see the old remediation standard website. So click on that page, go down to what is listed as impact to groundwater, and calculate on the soil water partition spreadsheet there. That shows you what was used to calculate those numbers. So if you just compare those two numbers, it's a really quick and easy way. You can say, oh my goodness, look at this, the groundwater changed here. Why did the groundwater change? Okay, but you know it changed. It probably changed because it was a PQL issue. Or you can say, oh, look at this, the KOC changed. Or it dropped out because the calculation, it says CSAT. So again, you know, a very simple, quick way of comparing the two spreadsheets, the old spreadsheet and the new spreadsheet, will tell you very transparently what has changed, why it changed, and you know, I think it's a pretty useful tool there. So that is next slide. I think that's all I have in my presentation. I wanted to stress that I didn't go into a lot of detail on things like what is the soil water partition equation, because really nothing has changed. And the emphasis here is on what has changed. So the migration to groundwater pathway, it still had to be addressed in the past. It could still be addressed with either you know, the default levels, which in the past were the screening levels, or now with the soil remediation standards, you can still get an ARS. Yes, it's a little confusing that we now have leachate standards, but if you take away one thing from this talk, you know, just take away the fact that you do not have to use the leachate standards unless you want to. You always compare with the soil remediation standard. So that is about all. And again, yes, they are now standards. They are not screening levels. But I think you can see that very little has changed in terms of how you would actually implement this pathway. It had to be implemented in the past also. It has to be implemented now. And so that's all I have for this presentation. And if
Okay.
anybody has questions, take them.
Thank you, Swati. There are quite a few questions, so I'm
Oh, I
going to get started. The first one I'm going to ask is, migration to groundwater pathway ends at the groundwater interface?
Yes, the migration to groundwater pathway is only applicable to the Vedos zone. And that's the same as, you know, the former titled impact groundwater pathway. No change in that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the questions that pertain to this presentation.
Do you want some help?
No. Or go ahead, sure.
Does the MGW replace the IGWSSL?
Yes, it does. The impact groundwater soil screening levels are now replaced by the soil remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway and the leachate standards. What you would really use when you begin your investigation is the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway.
Okay. If a leachate sample passes, but the total sample fails, what should we do?
Again, the leachate, do not ever use just one leachate sample. If you're going to do SPLP, basically it's the SPLP procedure, which is outlined in the guidance document. There are, you know, it's a minimum of 3 samples, all of that, and you put it in the spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet will give you an answer. Very often, even if a total sample fails, the spreadsheet always calculates a KD value. or a KOC value. And that is used to give you a number, whether it'll be higher, a standard, whether it'll be higher or not than the default. That's, that depends on what's going on with that particular thing. But yes, do not compare one leachate sample with the standard. Use it as part of the SPLP procedure.
Okay. What is CSAT, briefly?
Briefly, CSAT is the saturation limit of a chemical. Basically, when a chemical reaches CSAT, it's considered that there is so much of it that the soil particles will just hold it. It's considered immobile. It's a chemistry thing. However, it will fall through, or it could fall through if it's in liquid form, as free and residual product. So the way CSAT is addressed in our pathway is that basically, if you have free and residual product, no matter what, for all contaminants, not just that for which CSAT is, not just for those contaminants for which CSAT falls out, but for all contaminants, you have to address free and residual product. So that is what we consider free and residual product is addressed. That's how it's addressed for CSAT. The rest that's in the CSAT, what the chemistry says is that this is basically held by the particle, by the soil as immobile. So there's a very good explanation of CSAT in the basis and background document. So take a look at that. I think there may also be something in the MGW ARS guidance document, but I know for a fact that there is a very good explanation in the basis and background document. So again, with the contaminants where CSAT falls out, you're not ignoring environmental impacts. They're being addressed with free and residual product removal.
Okay. Does the same apply as before, where if you use SPLP and get a lower standard and it is below the leachate standard, can you use that to reach compliance versus using the SRS MGW standard?
Well, when you use the leachate, the leachate standard is not used by itself, okay? The leachate standard, again, is used as part of the SPLP procedure. The SPLP procedure at the end gives you a soil number. It doesn't give you a leachate or an aqueous medium number. When you put it in the spreadsheet, it gives you a soil number. That soil number is compared to your MGW soil remediation standard.
Okay. Does the Veda zone apply to seasonal high water table?
What we do for seasonal high water table, if you have fluctuations, seasonal high, seasonal low, we tend to look at the average. So again, very site specific, but as a general rule, look at the average.
Okay. Is there an obligation to call in a discharge for a migration to groundwater exceedance only?
I think that was answered in the Q&A, yes.
Yes, I thought we answered that. Okay.
Can we compliance average the results of the site-specific MGW remediation standards?
You can do compliance averaging for the migration to groundwater soil remediation standards, but not if those standards are alternative remediation standards derived using sea soil or sea soil 8123D. So to restate it, you can use compliance averaging for the migration to groundwater soil remediation standard. If you're looking at, the published soil standard, you can do compliance averaging to that. You can do compliance averaging for the standards derived by by alternative remediation standards, but not for those derived by sea soil 8123D. However, that will be covered, the alternative remediation standards will be covered more next week.
Can you give an example of when to use the leachate standard?
I always feel that what we have gotten, leachate standards are really, the SPLP procedure is what's used. And it's very, very helpful for inorganic contaminants and for semi-volatile contaminants. The procedure applies to all contaminants, but volatile organic values tend to be, the volatile organic contaminants and SPLP is, a tricky, it's tricky. It's not that great a mix. We'll be discussing that more in the alternative remediation standards guidance training.
Are the exceedances of the leachate standards reportable to the department's hotline?
The leachate standards are not used in total. They are put into a spreadsheet. They're used by using the SPLP procedure. And if that SPLP procedure leads you to a soil number that exceeds the default soil remediation standard, then that would be reportable. But again, the leachate standards are not used just as a standalone standard. Leachate is not an environmental medium. So, in that sense, we're not using the leachate standard the way we use other standards. Okay?
If there is no longer a standard, do we need to evaluate that compound by creating a site-specific standard?
If there is not a standard, basically, and this would apply, I would imagine, to all the pathways. If there is not a standard for a compound, for whatever pathway, but that compound is of interest on your site, it's the driver compound, it was, a place that made that compound, then you need to look at getting an interim standard for that.
So I think this is a follow-up question to if you need to call in an migration to groundwater exceedance, and it says, what if only one sample exceeds migration to groundwater?
Well, if only one sample exceeds migration to groundwater, it's still an exceedance. What I would do if I were working on that site is I would see if I could do some kind of compliance attainment so that I would be in compliance with the standard. But at the end of the day, if you have an exceedance, even if it's just one standard, you do have an issue and you would have to call it in. However, if you have an exceedance for an inorganic, maybe you want to do SPLP, get a higher number, and then you don't have an exceedance. Nothing.
If only one, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say nothing that differs from how things were done in the past. Again, I just, two things I want to stress that, again, that not much has changed in terms of implementation. And two, do not use the leachate standards on their own without putting them in a spreadsheet and deriving a soil number. Go ahead.
Okay. If only one sample has a detection for a compound in question, what concentration should be used for the other two samples to enter into the SPLP spreadsheet?
I think you can use the reporting limit for that. You want to make sure that there's a reason you only have one value for that. This will, because SPLP is really used to derive alternative remediation standards, this will be covered next week.
Is there flexibility in applying KD averages rather than the lowest or highest, etc., if SP-LPKD varies by more than an order of magnitude? Basis and background doesn't adequately explain.
Well, if your KD varies by more than an order of magnitude, what it tells you is there's major differences in your soil. I mean, apart from, lab sampling error, that kind of thing. So what it tells you is there's major differences in your soil. And therefore, the spreadsheet is designed that it will go to the lowest KD. What you need to look into is, do I really have a reason why it's varying so widely? Maybe, what I thought was one area of concern is really not the same area of concern. So yes, you cannot arbitrarily pick a KD value if that's kind of what the question is going to.
Okay. When do you use the Leachate standards?
I think I've kind of gone over this. You use them when you want to, the way you would use an SPLP procedure. They're basically standards because they're linked to the groundwater quality standards. The use of them is basically the same as before, never used by themselves because leachate is not an environmental medium. It's not, it's not soil, groundwater, surface water. You basically only use them to derive a soil number.
Can you revisit what you were just saying about SPLP? If the SPLP spreadsheet gives you a lower number than the MGW, is that the site-specific standard that you can use now? Or is the result only used to determine if you have achieved compliance with the SRS MGW?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but so here's a general statement I can make. If you are trying to get an alternative remediation standard, either via SPLP or using the saltwater partitioning equation, if you get a number that's lower than the soil remediation standard that's published as our new whatever law, you do not have to use a lower number. We default, in that case, you would kind of go higher and default to the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway. Sometimes people have utilized, thought they could get a higher alternative remediation standard using, let's say, dilution attenuation factor, okay? Our default dilution attenuation factor is 20. And they do the site-specific work, and they have a dilution attenuation factor of 10. We still go to the 20. Now, that said, there could be a site-specific reason why, something is off on that site. But as a general rule, you do not have to go lower than the standards.
Okay, thank you very much, Swati. That is the end of the time period that we have right now for answering your questions. As I said before, any question not answered, we will get back to you. And I'd like to take this opportunity to, again, thank you for your presentation and welcome back Erica Snyder. Are you here, Erica?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Problem.
Good.
All right, me again, everyone. I'm Erica Snyder. I'm from the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. In addition to the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, I am also the Site Remediation and Waste Management Program contact for the derivation of indoor air remediation standards for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway, as well as vapor intrusion screening levels. In today's presentation, I'll be going over the indoor air remediation standards. Next week, I'll touch upon the vapor intrusion screening levels in the ARS training. Next slide. As part of the amendments to the remediation standards, there are now 35 indoor air remediation standards for the residential and non-residential exposure scenarios. In comparison to the former indoor air screening level list, there are now 2 new chemicals, which are 1,4-dioxane and 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene. Next slide. All right, also in comparison to the former indoor air screening levels, 14 chemicals have dropped from the list. The reason for this is for 3 of the chemicals, those chemicals are not found on US EPA's target compound list. Those chemicals are bromoethene, 1,3-butadiene, and 3-chloropropene. For the other 11 chemicals, those chemicals dropped due to inappropriate toxicological information. In the majority of cases, if not all of them, it was due to the use of root-to-root extrapolation of toxicity values that was not supported with PBPK modeling, as Alan Motter and I have touched upon in previous presentations today. Next slide. All right, so what has changed since the proposed rule back in April? There have been no changes to the originally proposed indoor air remediation standards. The only update that has occurred to the remediation standards rule is in response to comments received on the proposal. We provided additional updates in Table 3 of Appendix 11 of the rule to provide details on when the use of root-to-root extrapolation is restricted and what contaminants it affected. Next slide. All right, this slide here, I tried to provide something a little bit colorful to grab everybody's attention. This is comparing the former 2013 indoor air screening levels to the new indoor air remediation standards. As I've already touched upon in previous slides, 2 chemicals have been added to the indoor air remediation standards list, and 14 chemicals have been removed. When looking at what's gone up, what's gone down, what's remained the same, 14 chemicals have remained the same for the residential scenario, and 18 have remained the same for the non-residential scenario. 7 have gone up for the residential scenario, and 6 have gone up for the non-residential. And probably of most interest for everyone listening in today is how many are going down. There are 12 chemicals decreasing for the residential scenario and 9 decreasing for the non-residential scenario. I'm going to go into more detail in slides to come as to why they're going down and what the basis for those changes are, but I do want to note that one contaminant, 1,1-dichloroethene, is decreasing by an order of magnitude. Next slide. This image here, I recognize it's hard for you to see, but I just wanted to point this out to everyone. In addition to the remediation standards website being updated, the department also updated the vapor intrusion pathway website. And there's now comparison tables of the former screening levels and the new indoor air remediation standards. And it's a user-friendly table that's color-coded to let you know which standards have gone up, which have gone down, which have remained the same, which are new, and which have been removed. So I just wanted to give this to you all today, provide a snapshot. Next slide. All right, so the next few slides, I'll be going over the basis for the changes to the indoor air remediation standards. For 4 of the chemicals, the numbers change due to new toxicity information. And those chemicals affected are 1,2-dichloropropane, 1,4-dioxane, which is a new chemical, 1,12-trichloro, 1,22-trifluoroethane, and lastly, 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene, which is another new contaminant. As Alan touched upon in his presentation, the inhalation toxicity value hierarchy that's been used to develop these standards is consistent with the soil remediation standards for the inhalation exposure pathway, similar to EPA, and it has not changed from what was used for the former indoor air screening levels. Something that has changed from the former indoor air screening levels is the use of the department's Group C carcinogen policy. The previous indoor air screening levels did not apply this policy. However, now that they are standards, we have applied the policy to be consistent. The only contaminant that this affects is 1,1-dichloroethene. Next slide. Another change is mutagenic mode of action calculations. The previous indoor air screening levels for methylene chloride, trichloroethene, and vinyl chloride did include mutagenic mode of action calculations. But again, to be consistent with the other remediation standards for soil, we are no longer applying those calculations for these 3 contaminants. And lastly, just to touch upon root-to-root extrapolation, we restricted the use of root-to-root extrapolated values if there was not PBPK modeling to support their use. So in summary, the inhalation toxicity values for 2 chemicals were retained and used to develop indoor air remediation standards. Those contaminants were trichloroethene and vinyl chloride. Next slide. Some other changes are the exposure duration for the residential land use was changed from 30 to 26 years to be consistent with the US EPA Superfund program and what we're using for the soil remediation standards. Another change, which it pretty much had the biggest effect of numbers going down, is lower reporting limits are now available for the department low-level TO15 air analytical method. And this reporting limit has been used to set the standard for 10 residential indoor air remediation standards and 2 non-residential indoor air remediation standards. I'm hearing noise in the background. I hope you can hear me okay. It looks like my township might be deciding to rip up my road, which is in front of my house. So I really apologize. I hope you can all hear me still.
You're loud and clear, Erica.
Okay, good. Timing, you gotta love it. Another basis for the changes is the use of 2 significant figures. The previous indoor air screening levels for contaminants that had a value less than 10, that indoor air screening level had 1 significant figure. Now, to be consistent with the remediation standards, we are using 2 significant figures for all the indoor air remediation standards. This change has resulted in lower values for naphthalene, 1,2,4-trichlorobenzene, vinyl chloride, and ethyl benzene for the non-residential scenario. Next slide. All right, I wanted to include a slide on benzene because we did receive some comments on this chemical because the numbers are going down and it's commonly seen. The former 2013 indoor air screening level for benzene was 2 micrograms per cubic meter, and this was for both the residential and non-residential scenarios. The new indoor air remediation standards for benzene are now, the residential is 0.64 micrograms per cubic meter, and the non-residential indoor air remediation standard is 1.6 micrograms per cubic meter. I want to point out that both of these standards are based on the analytical reporting limit. The human health-based criteria that were calculated are actually lower, but it's the department's policy to use the reporting limit when it is higher than the health-based value. With these numbers going down, I just want to point out to everyone who's conducting investigations that you should be following the vapor intrusion technical guidance and using the multiple lines of evidence approach to evaluate whether a completed vapor intrusion pathway exists. Next slide. In addition, if you have concerns with background source contamination in a building, indoor air sampling, it should be the last step in the evaluation of the vapor intrusion pathway. Before you move on to indoor air sampling, you should have groundwater and or soil gas samples and evaluate whether there have been exceedances. In addition, when you're collecting indoor air samples, you should also be collecting ambient air samples to provide another line of evidence. Also, section 3.5.2 of the VIT discusses indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status and provides some guidance for buildings where a chemical of concern is also used for operational processes in that building or storage and handling, and provides guidance on whether you should be collecting indoor air samples or instead relying on your groundwater and soil gas sampling results. The VID also provides additional guidance in the appendices section. Appendix D is the Indoor Air Building Survey and Sampling Form, and this allows the user to identify potential background sources and remove them before sampling occurs. Also, Appendix F is a document that can be given to occupants of buildings, and it comes in both English and Spanish translations, and it gives them the heads up on the sampling procedures and what they can do to prepare for sampling and what they can expect. All useful tools provided in the bit. Next slide. For additional information on the indoor air remediation standards for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway, there is a basis and background document for the standards, as well as a vapor intrusion exposure pathway calculator, both located on the remediation standards website. I want to point out this calculator not only calculates indoor air remediation standards, but it can also be used to calculate soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels for indoor air. The calculator can also be used to develop alternative values, and I will be going over that at next week's training session. And lastly, I wanted to point out again the comparison table of the former indoor air screening levels and the new indoor air remediation standards that's provided on the department's vapor intrusion pathway website. It's listed here. Next slide. If you have any additional questions on the indoor air remediation standards, the vapor intrusion screening levels, or development of indoor air alternative values, feel free to reach out to me. Also, if you have questions on vapor intrusion investigation or mitigation, Nicole Collegian is the contact. Next slide. Thank you. And I think we have another presentation before we move on to Q&A.
Yes, we do. Thanks, Erica. I'd like to introduce again Dr. Swati Tapan to go over our last segment before questions and lunch.
Okay, you can hear me, right? Yeah, you guys get to hear me again, but it's going to be brief. I'm going to go over the general interactions between the pathways, but I actually think a lot of this was covered during the questions right after Alan and Erica's talk. But anyway, next slide. So what's relevant for your pathway, and how do I know which pathway is of concern? With soil, the soil medium, we have three pathways. We have ingestion, dermal, inhalation, and migration to groundwater. And all the soil pathways need to be considered. So basically, when there is a contaminant concentration that is greater than the relevant standard for any of these pathways, okay, the exposure pathway is potentially of concern and it needs to be addressed. Next question. Next slide. Okay, the reminder, again, a reminder, and we went into this on the, when we did the questions, but there's a change from the direct contact standards to separate standards for the ingestion, dermal, and the inhalation pathways. For ingestion, dermal, and inhalation pathways, you need to check the contaminant concentration against the pathway standard. So before, what we had is the pathways, you had to address them, but they were grouped together under direct contact. Next slide. Nothing different from the previous rule in terms of interactions, and the driver contaminant may change if an alternative remediation standard is involved. Next slide. So here's an example. Cadmium is the contaminant of concern here. And the ingestion dermal pathway, residential is 71 ppm, non-residential is 1,100. Inhalation, residential 2,600, non-residential 12,000. Migration to groundwater pathway is the winner, 1.9 parts per million. So originally the migration to groundwater pathway is the driver, but if an alternative migration to groundwater number leads to a cadmium ARS of 1,000 parts per million, then the ingestion dermal pathway is now the driver. And the ingestion dermal pathway, again, to recap what was said in our, by both Erica and Alan, and in the question session, those two pathways go to the center of the earth. The migration to groundwater pathway goes only to the vadose zone. So look at all the pathways and, you know, decide what you want to do in terms of that. It seemed in terms of implementation, Barry went through, you know, the discussion on why we changed direct contact into two separate pathways. In terms of implementation, I actually think that having two separate pathways makes it cleaner because you know all pathways are involved now. You know, none of this direct contact, oh, but suddenly this one pathway is higher, but the direct contact number in the rule says this, and so on. So basically all pathways have to be addressed. And that's all I have for now. What I do want to say is, you can go to the next slide, but what I do want to say is, maybe I'm being presumptuous, but I hope that when you listen to this morning's presentation, I know it's a new rule, it's an amended rule, but a lot or most or all of the implementation really has not changed. So there isn't that much that has changed. It's a new rule. It's an amended rule. There are important amendments in it, and we can all look very serious about it. But a lot is still there that is the same as before. And certainly in terms of implementation, all these pathways had to be addressed before anyhow. So that's the end of my talk, Christina.
All right, thank you, Swati. We're going to go to questions and then to lunch. So I'll start here. Erica, I think there'll be some questions for you as well. The first question asks how the 26 years duration came out instead of 30 years.
The 26 years that we're using now is it's to be consistent with the EPA Superfund program. In 2014, they came out with the directive updating that exposure duration, and that's used by the Superfund program. It's used by us for the soil remediation standards, and it's now used for the indoor air remediation standards as well.
Okay. This person apologizes if they missed this, but with the new indoor air remediation standards, have there been any impacts on the groundwater screening levels?
Yes, I'll be covering this in next week's presentation, but the vapor intrusion screening levels, which includes the groundwater screening levels, have been updated to be consistent with the indoor air remediation standards. So this includes the same list of chemicals, so the same number of chemicals, the same toxicity information was used. And again, I'll be going over this in greater detail next week.
Okay, thanks, Erica.
Oh, also, I just want to point out one more, if they didn't notice it yet, on the vapor intrusion pathway website, the updated vapor intrusion screening levels are posted there if they want to take a look at it, and there's comparison tables for the screening levels as well. Sorry about that.
Sorry, there's a lot of site-specific stuff that I'm just trying to filter through. Right, it looks like I'm just going to have to go back because there's nothing really specific to. I have a question specifically here for you, Erica, so I'm just going to start with that. And then there's one on CSAT after that again. Sorry, everyone, bear with me. There's like dozens of lines in a spreadsheet for me to read. Erica, the majority of the inhalation standards appear to be higher than the ingestion dermal standards. Does exceeding inhalation standard trigger any sort of additional investigation or remediation above and beyond what would be required to address the ingestion dermal standard?
Okay, so this is a question in regards to the previous presentations, not the vapor intrusion. So just to address that, you should be comparing your soil data to the standards for the inhalation pathway and the ingestion dermal pathway. If they exceed that pathway, you need to address it.
I didn't have anything specific to your last presentation, Erica. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fill time with
and I
questions.
thank you, Christina, for your efforts. Thank you very much. You're doing an excellent job.
No.
No, you are. You need to be called out on it. You're doing a great job.
Yep, that she is.
Can I ask one?
Go for it.
Can you revisit what you were just saying about the SPLP? If the SPLP spreadsheet, wow, that's hard, gives you a lower number than the MGW, is that the site-specific standard that you can now use, or is the results only used to determine if you have achieved, sorry, the screen's not that big, if you've achieved compliance with the site remediation standard MGW number?
So basically, if you have put something into a SPLP spreadsheet and it gives you a lower number, then is the question that if it gives you a lower number than the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway, you do not have to use the lower number, if that was what the question was about. Not quite sure.
The spreadsheet gives you a lower number. Is that the site-specific standard that you can now use?
You can if you want, you don't have to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one for Erica. Indoor air at a facility is sampled for industrial hygiene purposes. A compound not used for operations is detected. Does this exceedance of a remediation standard trigger SRP incident reporting and investigation requirements? Perhaps this is a Barry question for later afternoon.
Well, I can start with saying, I mean, we're talking indoor air remediation standards associated with the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. So it's important to keep that in mind. It's contaminants suspected to be part of a vapor intrusion exposure pathway. So migrating from groundwater or soil gas into a building. If it is indoor air that's attributable to use of a chemical for industrial processes, that's a different ball field. That's not what we're talking about here. And if Barry wants to step in, he's more than welcome to.
Now, Erica's correct. If it is a constituent that's used as part of the operations at that facility, the likelihood that there's going to be an exceedance, because the OSHA PELs are a lot higher than our indoor air numbers, that we would not be going forward. Now, there was a question about a compound that wasn't related to the operations. But that would all have to be traced from the fact that the VI investigation is starting by a trigger of a groundwater screening level, and then doing a step out to see what facilities are within that zone, and then doing subslab sampling. So if you had a situation where you're tracking a compound, you take a subslab sample, and you don't get any results from what may have been indoor, I would say that that is not a DEP issue.
The person followed up with, what happened to it? I lost it. Right now, the exceedance of subslab screening requires a new case if not in groundwater. Is this not the same situation?
I understand that question.
Yeah.
That's tough because it's like, I can't ask it any other way than it was written. But I'm presuming because it was the same person, it's a follow-up. All right, with the change from the indoor air screening levels to now being remediation standards, has NJDEP changed what actions need to be taken if there's an exceedance of the remediation standard? Will the department require a D notice?
So, the process is similar, sort of what Swati touched on in her presentation. You should be following the vapor intrusion technical guidance for conducting your investigation, and you should be using a multiple lines of evidence approach to determine whether a complete vapor intrusion pathway exists.
Okay. With regard to SBLP, based on conversations with Dr. Sanders in the past, big shout out to Paul Sanders out there, if we had a single exceedance and leachate results were lower than the leachate criterion, we were allowed to develop site-specific standards based on the single sample and not using the SPLP spreadsheet. Is that no longer the case? I believe that's no longer the case, but I'll let Swati answer that.
Well, basically, I think the question is I'm a little confused by the question.
Do you have to use the SPLP spreadsheet if you only have one sample one sample that, I'll reread it. If we had a single exceedance and leachate results were lower than the leachate criterion, do you need to use the SPLP spreadsheet?
Yes, you do, because if you have only one sample, you're basing your results on only one sample, which is really, scientifically asking for 3 samples is not a big deal. So even if you have one sample, the reason we ask for 3 samples is because we do not rely on any one sample, on just one sample. However, if you have a result where you have only one sample that has exceeded the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway, and your 2 other samples are below that, you can put that sample in twice, 2 more times, so that you have a total of 3. This is explained in the SPLP guidance. I strongly recommend that the guidance next week, I strongly recommend attendance next week for the ARS guidance.
Okay, thanks, Swati. If we had a compound as a COC, one of many, and now that compound does not have a standard, are we required to develop an intermediate standard?
An interim standard. So if that contaminant is, associated with a discharge at a site and assumed to be driving the remediation or the mitigation, it's worth considering. But I do want to point out that a lot of the contaminants that dropped from the previous indoor air screening level list, they dropped because there's no longer appropriate toxicity information to derive a number. So if it fell into that category, it wouldn't be something I'd be able to develop a number for quickly, and we may have to get the Department of Science and Research involved to see if a number can be developed.
I just want to add to what Erica said, that what she said really does apply to all the pathways. If a contaminant has been dropped by any pathway, whatever, the same would apply to those. If your contaminant is of major concern on the site, then you might have to develop something. And there may be no tox information or whatever to develop such a number. But what Erica said is absolutely on target. I just wanted to say it applies to all pathways.
Metals are non-volatile, example, cadmium. Why is there an inhalation pathway?
I'm assuming this is going back to the inhalation soil remediation standards. Yeah, we would need Alan to answer that question.
If I can just jump in, the soil inhalation pathway is composed of two components. The actual volatilization and inhalation of vapors, as well as the inhalation of particulates. So for the cadmium, I would assume that that number is generated primarily due to inhalation of particulate matter.
That's correct. There's two halves of the equation, and most contaminants are driven by either particulate or volatile. Some contaminants, such as naphthalene, have a component of both, but yeah, there's the particulate portion that most metals are driven by.
Okay, if an indoor air sample is collected not due to a soil gas trigger and it exceeds the indoor air standards, is this considered a discharge, and should it be reported to the NJDEP as a discharge? It's considered a release to the soil and waters of the state. That last part, just, is it considered a discharge if you have an indoor air exceedance?
Again, if you don't have any other information relative to tracking it via a groundwater trigger and subslab sampling, that you really don't know what the source of that contamination is. It could be from a discharge, but it could be from off-gassing from dry cleaning. It could be from someone storing gasoline in their garage. I would say that if I were an LSRP, I would be looking for the idea of where is that coming from before I would make a phone call, say it was a discharge.
Yeah, where was the sample taken? Are there potential, sources in the building that could have resulted in that exceedance?
Right.
There's a lot of stuff here that either is going to pertain to the next training or to what Barry is covering later this afternoon, or far back into the presentation.
If we had it, sorry, I took it on my camera. If we had a compound as a contaminant of concern, and now that compound does not have a standard, are we required to develop an intermediate standard?
I think we answered that one already.
Yeah, we answered that earlier.
It wasn't marked as answered. Never mind.
Somebody just asked when's lunch. So
As soon as we're done. I think that's a good time then.
yeah, I think this is a natural break at this point for us.
Yep. Remember, don't
There's
sign out.
Yeah.
Stay
So
locked in.
do you want to take people? Do you want to take everybody into lunch, Lynn?
You want to?
Nope. You can.
I will do that. Okay, everybody, it has been a great morning with you. Thank you for all of your questions. Thank you to all of the panelists for all of your presentations. We will see you back here at 1:30. Again, do not log out of the webinar because you will not be able to get back in. We are at maximum. See you then. It's just about 1:30. I hope everybody has come back from break and had a good lunch. I know I did. And I hope you are all ready to hear Dr. Barry Frasco's presentation. And I hope everybody stayed logged in. We still have 500 attendees, so I think we're doing well. Remember to stay logged in and to wait for your questions until the question slides come up. Thank you, and take it away, Barry.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Good afternoon, everyone. I have returned, and lucky for all of you, you have me all afternoon. I can't wait. But before we get started this afternoon, this morning, I mentioned Donald Duck Day. I also wanted to present for the afternoon session a little fun fact. 42 years ago to this date, the Philadelphia Phillies introduced new uniforms that they were going to wear for their Saturday home games. And I was fortunate enough to have tickets to go to that game at Vet Stadium, and I will show you a picture of the uniforms. They couldn't have been any more horrible. So much so that it was the only time the Phillies wore those uniforms, and at the end of the season, they were all auctioned off for charity. Hard to believe it's 42 years ago. Whew. Okay. We've covered the first 5 subchapters in the rule. That moves us on to subchapter 6. This is the subchapter dealing with interim remediation standards. If any of you have ever had to deal with rulemaking, you'll know that rulemaking is not a quick process. It takes a long time, and in fact, to get these soil remediation standard amendments done, it started back in 2015, so 6 years to get them promulgated. So there was a determination that we needed to have a process to develop numbers or standards for contaminants that didn't have an existing standard. And that was the development of what we termed the interim remediation process. There was a recent court case that ruled that the department did have the authority to develop standards on an interim basis, provided, and this was the big provision in the ruling, provided that the department follow up with a formal rulemaking process to create full-blown standards from the interim standards. So right now, the rule allows for the development of interim standards for groundwater, soil ingestion dermal exposure pathway, soil inhalation exposure pathway, following the protocols set up either in the remediation standards and for groundwater in the groundwater quality standards at NJAC 7:9C. Those processes were in existence in the prior rule. What we've added in this rule is the ability to develop interim standards for migration to groundwater exposure pathway and for interim standards for indoor air via the VI pathway. One thing I want to point out is that the surface water quality standards do not have an interim standard process. And for the purposes of being consistent with the way we handle things, there is no interim process for surface water remediation standards built into this rule. Again, the other key factor here is the fact that what we are doing is we are applying the same equations, the same input parameters when developing an interim standard as you would for a standard that was promulgated pursuant to this rule. Okay, a couple of facts. The department must approve an interim standard before it can be used. The effective date of the interim standard is the date of the approval, and that the department will publish on its website all of the interim remediation standards that have been developed and include the technical basis for the derivation of that particular standard. So what I have here is a screenshot off of the department's groundwater program, their page for the development, not for the development, but for posting interim specific groundwater quality standards. And right now there aren't any, but it's the concept of we will identify the constituent, the CAS number, what the interim standard is, what the interim PQL is, the higher of the two numbers here, the effective date, and a fact sheet and a technical support document. We will be setting up a similar page on the SRP website dealing with the other interim standards. That pretty much covers subchapter 6. That takes us to subchapter 7, which is updating remediation standards. And this is the same idea or thought process. If we have an existing standard and we are aware of the fact that there's new tox information, whether it be a new slope factor or new reference dose, our ability to update those standards using the latest information that's available. Subchapter 7, updating process, again, is a carryover from the original rule, but in this rule we are also adding indoor air standards as a standard that can be updated. And there's a couple of major caveats relative to us doing it. We are restricting the sources of the tox information where we can update these standards through this updating process. And basically, we are looking at a situation where EPA revises their tox information through their IRIS database, when the New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute develops new or revised toxicity information that would be applied to the development of drinking water MCLs. If the department uses new or revised toxicity information when promulgating a revised groundwater quality standard. And finally, if the EPA revises or replaces its integrated environmental update biokinetic model, the IEUBK model, or the adult-led methodology model. And everything that you see here in red are the new additions to the rule compared to what was prior in place. Now, the reason why we selected those particular sources of tox information is because there is ample opportunities in the development of those toxicological factors for public input, whether it be a public comment period, a public meeting, or something similar to that. So what I have here on the slide now is, this is from EPA's IRIS webpage, where they discuss the steps that they employ in developing a new or a revised tox factor. And what I have highlighted in yellow are areas where there is specific inputs from the public. So at the very first step in draft development, EPA sets up a public meeting in order to obtain input relative to what EPA would like to do. They also announce additional public meetings or other opportunities for public input as needed on their website. And then in step 4 is a public comment and an external peer review process. And I'm not going to read this, but in essence, it does allow for the public to comment on EPA's proposal relative to developing new tox factors. And this slide here is the flow chart for developing a drinking water MCL in New Jersey. There's 2 components here. This component, and I'm using my cursor to circle it, are the steps that are taken by the New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute to come up with a recommended MCL, which includes a particular tox factor. Again, whether it's a slope factor or unit risk factor or whatnot. The areas in yellow are points where input from the public is requested. So in the sense of, or relative to the Drinking Water Quality Institute, you can see there are multiple points along the process where public input is sought or asked for. Now, this component over here is the standard normal rulemaking process that the department undergoes. So relative for MCLs, the MCL recommendation would go to the commissioner would say approve it, and then it would start the process of developing an MCL, again with stakeholder processing and a public comment period associated with the rule proposal. So the department's position on both the IRIS and the Drinking Water Quality Institute, we feel that there was sufficient vetting of the tox number such that we could just simply use that tox factor in other standards, say for instance soil standards, to develop an updated number, with the idea that we could do this without having to go through the full rulemaking process that's noted over here. We can also update a soil and a soil leachate remediation standard for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway when the department updates any groundwater quality standard. So from that perspective, if the department updates a groundwater quality standard, which automatically by rule becomes a groundwater remediation standard, we can then develop migration to groundwater standards on soil and soil leachate, because the soil and the soil leachate numbers are back calculated from the groundwater remediation standard. So again, the process was vetted relative to developing the standard. It's just a matter now of upgrading the migration to groundwater pathway, a soil water partitioning equation number, and a soil leachate. When the department develops such an updated standard, rather than going through the formal rulemaking process, it is simply posting a notice of administrative change in the New Jersey Register, with a copy being posted on the department's website at that particular web address. And if you go to that web address, what you will get is a listing of all of the notices of administrative change by publication date. So you would look down to the particular date and it would tell you what the notice deals with. So in this instance, it makes the ability to update remediation standards much simpler, much easier, a lot quicker than going through the formal rulemaking process. There are some requirements in the notice of administrative change. You have to identify the remediation standard that's being updated, the relevant media, soil, indoor air, whatever, the appropriate exposure pathway, the contaminant in question, and the basis for the administrative change, which in this instance will be a new tox factor, and then the revised criterion. And an updated remediation standard shall be effective on the date of the publication of that notice in the register as filed with the Office of Administrative Law. So we added some stuff in this package with the idea that since the updated remediation standard applies to all sites, it could be a situation where you're working on a site, you're almost done, boom, this new updated standard comes out, and it may put a significant delay in the remedial work that you've done because you're almost to the point where either you are ready to have a work plan or actually have an RAO submitted. So we are allowing for a phase-in period. So as long as the responsible party submits a remedial action work plan or a remedial action report to the department via the Lsrpa, within 6 months of the effective date of the updated standard, you can use the older standard if you want. The only exception to this is if the difference between the old standard and the updated standard is an order of magnitude or more stringent. In that instance, then you have to use the new updated number. And this mirrors the process that we have currently for when you go from an old promulgated standard to a new promulgated standard, which I'll talk about shortly. So that covers the two subchapters. Are there any questions?
Okay. So the questions are coming in. Can a site-specific migration to groundwater soil remediation standard and leachate criteria be developed based on a site-specific background groundwater standard?
Okay, run that by me again, Lynn.
Sorry. Can a site-specific MGW SRS and leachate criteria be developed based on a site-specific background groundwater standard?
Okay, this seems to be more of an ARS question, an alternative standard, not an interim number or a update.
Okay. Sorry. I am. Okay. How does the phase-in period work with approved RAOs and RAPs?
Okay, it would be similar in the sense that you would follow the order of magnitude process, such that if what you have, the concentrations that remain at your site are within an order of magnitude of the updated number, then you would not have to do anything further. If there was a difference, an order of magnitude or more, then you would have to do an evaluation to determine if the existing remedy is still protected. And if it's still protective, you're done. If it isn't, then you'll have to do additional remediation.
Okay. I am waiting for my gremlins to help me here identify the questions I should be asking. And it seems like the questions that are here there aren't any good questions, so we're going to go over to the next. I just see one that I'm going to ask. Does the phase, whoops, I just lost it. Okay, it's fun. Does the 6-month phase-in period start on May 17th? When the,
Okay, I will be talking about that later on.
Okay.
So we'll wait till then.
All right, so then I think that is it. I will get off and I will allow you to continue the next section.
Okay, here we go. In this section of my presentation, I'm giving a general overview of the standards. And I would basically say, for the most part, the remainder of my talk is based on results of questioning. I guess it was at the SID training where we asked people, were there any specific topics of interest that you would like to have presented at the remediation standards training. So a lot of this is based on requests that were submitted by attendees from that particular training session. We'll get started here. I just have some general statistics relative to the number of standards. And a lot of this has already been gone over in previous presentations by Swati and Erica. So this is just more of a general overview. But I broke it out in the sense of there were, and this is for the soil ingestion dermal exposure pathway. Some standards were not readopted, so they were dropped. And the difference here, on this side of the slash, this is residential. On this side, it's non-residential. And this is the number of contaminants. So 13 were dropped, 14 were added. And depending upon whether it was res or non-res, this is the number that had a standard and still has a new standard. And then how they, and how they were broken out, in the sense that some standards were lower, some standards remained the same, some standards the concentration increased. So what are some of the factors involved in these changes? In terms of deletions, it could be that a tox factor was withdrawn. It could be the fact that the original standard was developed on a route-to-route extrapolation, which was not backed by PBBK work. If it wasn't a contaminant on EPA's target compound list or target analyte list, or if it was a contaminant that was rarely found. Relative to new standards, could be that new tox information was developed. It could be that it's a contaminant for whatever reason that we didn't have a standard, but it is part of the TCL-TAL list. Or it could be a contaminant frequently found at a site that we determined it through a tentatively identified compound. So there are a variety of factors involved in that. There's also the idea that there could be changes in chemical or physical properties, things like that. So this is just a general overview for the ingestion dermal. This is for the soil inhalation. As you can see, a lot of standards were dropped in the inhalation exposure pathway, primarily because a lot of these numbers were developed using route-to-route extrapolation. We have a few new ones. And again, this is the idea that some go up, some go down, some stay the same. But the thing I probably wanted to point out here for the non-res, where we had a fair number of contaminants where the standard increased, and I would say this is primarily due to the fact that we dropped the truck traffic exposure, the truck traffic scenario, and that drove the number up higher. Migration to groundwater. I'm going to say, again, probably a good chunk of this 27 number is the CSAT issue that Swati talked about. And nothing more that I wanted to talk about on this slide. This is SPLP. SPLP is, again, the actual leachate standard is based on multiplying the groundwater remediation standard by a dilution attenuation factor. And since the groundwater numbers didn't change, really wasn't a lot of change here. Most of them stayed the same. The ones here where the number increase is most likely due to the fact that the original numbers were based on the health-based criteria. And if the reporting limit was greater than the health-based criteria, we didn't change it to that, which we did here, that we backtracked it to the reporting limit. This is probably the main reason why those increased there. Indoor air, again, not thinking of anything here that catches my eye, but again, the overall idea is that there really wasn't a trend one way or the other, in the sense of, was there a movement to higher numbers? Was there a movement to lower numbers? They bounced around. And again, it's all on a contaminant specific basis. relative to what factors may have changed. We now get to the component of this talk that I find absolutely positively riveting, and that's significant figures. And I know that probably a lot of you have been waiting for this all day, all afternoon, this and the next thing that I'm going to talk about. But in the adoption, all of the soil leachate, and indoor air standards are based on the use of two significant figures. This differs from what we had in the original 2008 remediation standard package, where if the remediation standard was less than 10, it was reported out at one significant figure. If it was 10 or greater, it was reported out as two significant figures. Why are we making this change? The primary reason why we're making this change is that there's a relatively new department policy that states that all standards will be based on two significant figures, and that it will be done as the rules are readopted or amended. So again, as I said before, soil leachate, indoor air, all those standards are based on two significant figures. If we take a look at surface water and groundwater, surface water, most of the standards are based on two significant figures. Groundwater, however, most of the contaminants standards are based on one significant. However, as contaminants are being updated, as it were, or revised, they will be moving to two significant figures. And you've probably noticed that when the groundwater quality standards for PFOA, PFOS, and PFNA were recently adopted, they all were reported as two significant figures. And the other exciting area is that of rounding. Do you round up? Do you round down? What do you do? Well, we are using an ASTM method for rounding, and I think it's relatively simple. If the first number beyond the second significant figure is less than 5, you round down. So 1.43 rounds down to 1.4. If the first number beyond the second significant figure is greater than 5, then you round up. 12.8 rounds up to 13. The only area where it gets a little tricky is if that number beyond the second significant figure is 5. You have a situation where it's 5 and there are other non-zero numbers beyond that 5, then you round up. So if you did a calculation and that calculation comes out to 15.502, because you have that 2 beyond the 5, it rounds up to 16. If, however, there is no number other than a 0 beyond that third digit, as it were, then it rounds to the closest even number. So the example here is if you have 3.550, it rounds up to 3.6. And if it's 3.650, it rounds to 3.6. So you're just rounding to the even number. And that's how the remediation standards were applied. And this is the process that's applied when we're evaluating data and you have results reported from the laboratory beyond two significant figures. How you would, beyond that, how you would round to two significant figures. Okay, next item is rule applicability. And some initial statements. We're primarily going to be looking at soil leachate, and indoor air standards in terms of their applicability, and not so much relative to groundwater or surface water remediation standards. And the reason for that is that the rule amendment did not affect any of the groundwater remediation or surface water remediation standards. They remain the same. So we're basically going to be focusing on these particular standards. Oh, test time.
Okay, here we are for the third poll question of the day. So the May 17th, 2021 remediation standards rule amendments did not affect A, the soil remediation standards, B, the groundwater remediation standards, C, surface water remediation standards, or D, B, and C. So you have a minute to answer the poll. In this minute, I'd like to call to everybody's attention next week's training on Tuesday for the alternate remediation standards. You will all receive an email like you did today saying that the presentation starts at 8:30 in the morning. The presentation does not start until 9 a.m., but you can log in and be an attendee as early as 8:30. So if you plan on attending, I strongly suggest you log in early like many of you did today. Any more time there?
About 15 seconds.
I don't have anything else to say at this point, so. All right, and then next slide. So hopefully you all got the answer correct to this. The answer is D, both the groundwater remediation standards and the surface water remediation standards. Okay, Barry, back to you.
All right, thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about rule applicability. That is described in the rule in subchapter 1 at 1.4b, where the general statement is that the person responsible for conducting the remediation shall comply with the remediation standards set forth in the rules. And so basically, that is the overriding requirement. There are 3 exceptions, of which I'm only going to talk about one, but the 3 exceptions are when we went from soil cleanup criteria to the June 2008 adopted remediation standards, when we went from the June 2008 standards to the September 2017 update of some remediation standards, and finally the September 2017 standards versus the May 2021 adopted standards. We're going to just focus in on that last one. I think the easiest way to explain this is based on certain scenarios. So if you have an active site, but you do not have either a department approved RAWP or RAR, or an RAWP or RAR that has been certified by the Lsrpa and submitted to the department. If you do not have any of those documents, then the area or the site, the area of concern or the site must be remediated using the new standards as of May 17th, 2021, which is the effective date of the new numbers. So basically, active site, no work plan approved, no remedial action report approved, you have to use the May 17th numbers. There is an exception, we'll get to that. If you have an active site as of May 17th, but you have an approved RAW or an approved RAR, either department approved or Lsrpa certified, such sites or areas of concern that have that document may be remediated using the older remediation standards, so the standards that were in effect prior to May 17th, or what I call the September 2017 remediation standards. And that includes, and this is a theme all the way through, this includes any site-specific impacted groundwater or any site-specific indoor air standards that were developed prior to May of 2021. You may use those older numbers. However, there are some caveats. The caveat is if that older number is an order of magnitude greater than the new number, you can't use it. And the remedial action must comply with all the applicable regulatory and mandatory timeframes. Okay. So you get that protection if you have an approved RAW or approved RAR. This is the exception. If you didn't have an approved RAWP, you have a 6-month window within which to get either department approval or an Lsrpa to certify and submit to the department a work plan or a remedial action report. So that 6 months extends it out to November 17th, 2021. Still the same caveats in the sense that the order of magnitude applies, and you still must apply with all applicable regulatory and mandatory timeframes. Okay, questions?
Okay. If an RAR is submitted before the quote unquote grace period for the new soil standards and the RAR is not approved / reviewed, and it would be reviewed, the department doesn't approve, by the NJDEP before the quote unquote grace period, will the NJDEP hold RPs responsible for the new standard?
Okay, couple of things. The department's approval for this transition from the 2017 standards to the 2021 standards only applies to a narrow group of cases, primarily those cases under direct department oversight. Most of the cases are going to be coming from the Lsrpa, and as long as the Lsrpa certifies the document and submits it through the online service, that's okay. If that can be done within that 6-month time frame, you get the benefit of not having to remediate to the new numbers. If you choose not to, you don't want to.
Okay, this is from a little earlier today. If an interim standard is calculated for a non-listed compound and it is below the laboratory PQL or RL for that compound, what would the procedure for demonstrating, what would be the procedure for demonstrating compliance?
Okay, this would be just like any other standard. You will have calculated a health-based criterion, and you will have a reporting limit. And the standard will be the higher of the two numbers. So if the health-based criteria is less than the reporting limit, the interim standard becomes the reporting limit. And you would be demonstrating compliance to the reporting limit.
Some of our approved RAWs may contain only specified groundwater target limits. The soils are all in compliance with old standards and are not listed or specified in the target contaminant list. Can we still use the old standard?
I would say as long as the key is the fact that you need to have a work plan, either a work plan or a remedial action report in effect at the time of the rule the rule becomes effective, factoring in that 6-month extension.
Okay. The 1999 impact to groundwater soil cleanup criteria for PCE was 1 part per million. The 2021 soil remediation standard for the MGW exposure pathway is 0.0086. Does the order of magnitude apply in such a case? What I'm really asking is, do both numbers have to be promulgated standards before the order of magnitude applies?
Okay, it's easier to answer the second part of that. We have taken the position that prior to the 2000 and, well, let me rephrase this. You have to have a value associated with the site or area of concern. And whether that was the soil cleanup criteria or impact to groundwater, or if it was a site-specific derived number, that number becomes the standard at that site or that area of concern. And that's the basis of triggering the order of magnitude. Now we have a promulgated standard that's going to be compared against the site-specific standard. And I will talk a little bit more about how that comparison will be conducted.
Okay.
Later on this afternoon.
Are interim generic groundwater quality criteria still applicable to the synthetic organic chemicals?
I believe we are still using them, yes.
Okay. The draft attainment guidance document allows for rounding to 1 significant figure for the groundwater quality standards. Was Dr. Frasco referring mainly to the soil remediation standards in terms of rounding to 2 significant figures?
Okay, we are in the process of updating the attainment compliance technical guidance document to include rounding as a mechanism of demonstrating compliance. And right now, how it's worded or it's proposed, we're in the process of finalizing the document. It has gone out for stakeholder review. We're just finishing up responding to some comments, but we're basically saying in that document, you round to the number of significant figures that are in the standard. So in this instance, with the new remediation standards that have come out for soil, soil leachate, indoor air, you are rounding to 2 significant figures. For surface water, most of the surface water standards are 2 significant figures. Groundwater, it's going to vary a little bit. Most of the standards are 1 significant figure, so you can round to 1 significant figure. But there are a couple, like the PFOA, PFOS, PFNA, where the standard is 2 significant figures. For those, you would round to 2 significant figures.
Okay.
And based on rounding, you attain compliance, then that's a demonstration that you're in compliance with the standard.
Every time a remediation standard changes, does an order of magnitude review need to be done?
That's another great question. I have a little bit of a discussion later on this afternoon on that.
Okay. When the remediation standards change, does the RP, this might be the same exact question. Does the Lsrpa need to review for order of magnitude changes that might impact an RAO issued before the change, or does the department identify an order of magnitude change that might have an impact on a previously issued RAO?
It's up to the responsible party to ensure that their remedy remains protective. And I will be discussing again a little later on this afternoon when the responsible party needs to do that evaluation. And it will vary depending upon whether or not you have a final remediation document, whether it's an NFA or an RAO. Also, if you have an NFA or an RAO, whether or not the specific site or area of concern has a remedial action permit. or is it an unrestricted use remedy? Depending upon those categories, will define when the order of magnitude evaluation should be conducted. But I'll talk more about that later.
Are the rules for rounding included within NJAC 7:2060?
No, they are not. But there's the citation to the ASTM protocol, and there is a discussion of the rounding protocols in the rule proposal. So as Swati mentioned earlier today, you can go to the department's SRP's website for remediation standards, and you can take a look at the proposal, and there's a discussion of the rounding protocol there.
Is the order of magnitude process, does the order of magnitude process apply to the two delineation samples?
Yes, in the sense that you have to be able to demonstrate that the remedy is protected. So if you've only delineated to the old number, you may have to do additional delineation to the new number. But again, this is all going to be on a site-specific basis. You may have a situation where the entire site to the property boundary is capped, and you can demonstrate that it's clean outside of the property boundary. You may have existing data for that, and if all that data indicates that below the new standard, you may not have to do any additional work.
Does the 6-month phase-in period apply to RAOs?
It's not specifically stated in the rule, but the answer would be yes.
Order of magnitude change, order of magnitude change noted for migration to groundwater standard versus old impact to groundwater screening. If old numbers were screening, should order of magnitude be applied?
Well, again, in the documents, and we're talking about RAOs or NFAs if we're going to go back that far, they have to identify to what standard you achieve compliance. So somewhere in that document there should be an indication. Was it a soil cleanup criteria number? You know, when the NFA was issued in 2001.
If an AOC at an ISRA site was not identified in a remedial action work plan, do the new standards apply at that area of concern, or does the area of concern adopt the standards designated for the rest of the site?
If an AOC was not identified in the original remediation, I would say that AOC would have to comply with the new standards.
Is the consultant required to report the results as 2 significant digits, or is he or she allowed to report the data exactly the way it is reported by the lab?
Well, I would say that if they want to report it with all the extra digits, you can. But when you flag what standards are, or what samples are above standard, you're going to have to round those numbers to determine whether or not you have exceeded. I mean, right now, never mind. I don't think there's anything that says that you have to report it rounded, but I would say that it makes sense that you would.
Okay, and that should wrap up our Q&A for right now. So it is 2:20. Let's see. I think
You're supposed to be back at 2:35.
Excuse me, hold on. Actually, I guess we can take more questions because we were supposed to take questions from 2:20 until 2:30. So Barry, are you game for some more questions?
I'm here.
Okay, so am I. Here we go. If you exceed the order of magnitude concentration for ethyl benzene of 100 milligrams per kilogram, but compliance average indicates results below 100 milligrams per kilogram, is this considered compliant with the order of magnitude evaluation and the new standards?
Okay. If you ask me that question right at this very second, at this very second, compliant, you can, let me rephrase this. You can compliance average that data, and if the average is below the 100 value, then you could make the argument that the remedy is still in compliance.
You're done? I'm sorry, you look like you're thinking.
No,
Are you thinking?
No, I'm
That's
okay.
it?
Yeah.
You look like you're like heavy
It's
in
a
a
question
deep
as to whether or not I
meditative
think a lot. I don't know.
And I realize that, you know, some of these questions are tough. They're very specific, and it's tough to answer questions on the spot like this. So, okay. Are the rules for rounding, no, we already answered this question. The rules for rounding are not included in NJAC 7:26D. So the next question is, does the remediation standards rule include the rounding instructions for laboratory data? I'm going to go with, you can answer that, but no, probably.
No, it does not.
Okay. Done.
But I do want to make mention. If you're looking at rounding relative to determining compliance, you should probably not have the laboratory round any of their data. The laboratory should be reporting it as they normally report it. Because if the lab reports rounded data, you can't round it a second time. So you can't take a bunch of data, round each data point individually, and then take the average of that and round it a second time. That's not accepted. So the laboratory should just report their results as they normally report them.
Can you use established/approved site-specific impact to groundwater numbers or screening level numbers if you don't have a raw/RAR approved by November 2021?
Okay, I missed the first part of the question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you use established/approved site-specific impact to groundwater soil screening level values if you don't have a raw/RAR approved by November 2021?
If you don't have it approved by the November date, you have to use the new numbers. May 17th numbers.
Okay. I believe the phase-in mentions only regulatory timeframes. The presentation added mandatory timeframes. Please clarify.
Your request to have an extension to the mandatory time frame, you can do that.
Okay. What is the basis of NJDEP's policy for two significant figures?
Okay, I will have to get back on that. I don't want to misstate the department's policy on that, so I have to get back on that.
Sorry, I need to keep scrolling down here for a second. Can you answer again if order of magnitude will apply to new migration to groundwater?
The order of magnitude of value, yes, is applicable to migration to groundwater.
For sites with RAWs dating back prior to the 2008 SRS, do the AOCs need to meet the new VI standards as the RAW predated the VI screening levels?
Okay, repeat that one again. I didn't catch it all.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it without grammatical. For sites with RAWs dating back prior to the 2008 SRS, do the areas of concern need to meet the new VI standards as the RAW predated the VI screening levels? So a site prior to 2008.
If they didn't exist, yes, if screening levels did not exist at that time, that will not trigger an order of magnitude evaluation. Because no number would have been established for the site.
Does the 6-month phase-in also apply to the application of guidance documents? For example, the list of immobile chemicals, which has changed?
Yes, the 6-month applies to tech guidance. I believe there's a statement to that effect in all the tech guidance documents, that if the document changes, you have a 6-month period.
If the existing site concentration is above the new standard by less than an order of magnitude, is that compliant? Question mark. For example, would 75 ppm for ethyl benzene be compliant? Would this require delineation to the new standard or use the old standard?
Okay, again, I'll talk about this a little more, but the answer to the question is, if the highest value you have on the site is 75, you're in compliance. Or you can say that the remedy remains protected.
This will be the last question.
Okay. I'm just trying to find one, but.
Want me to read one?
No. Yeah, well, I feel like this question was already answered, so I'm going to ask it again. Given that there were no, it's just a different way of asking it. Given that there were no indoor air remediation standards in the September 2017 remediation standards, can you confirm that the phase-in period applies to the previous IASLs if the criteria are met? For example, a RAW submitted before November 2017. Does that also apply to the groundwater screening levels and the soil gas screening levels?
Okay, the order of it gets a little complicated. The order of magnitude provisions are all described in the Brownfield Act. And in the Brownfield Act, they just talk about changes in standards. Now, we had screening levels for impacted groundwater, we had screening levels for indoor air, but we've always stated that those screening levels, if you haven't used any other number, those screening levels become the site-specific standard. That process does not apply to groundwater screening levels, subslab soil gas numbers, because they were never intended to be standards. They were just intended to be screening levels. We don't have standards for those now as we speak. So that order of magnitude doesn't apply to, again, when you're doing a VI investigation, to subslab or groundwater screening levels.
Okay.
Okay, and with that, we're going into a break. So everybody be back in 5 minutes and we will start again. See you soon. Don't log off though.
Okay, we're going to get started again as soon as Dr. Barry shows up.
I'm here.
Okay, you can take it away then.
All righty. Okay, everybody, let's move on. Okay. Order of magnitude. So what I have done here, in the next series of slides, I have some tables that are listed out by exposure pathway, where we have contaminants where the new adopted standards have decreased by an order of magnitude or more compared to the prior standard. And in essence, any site or area of concern that is active on or after May 17th of this year must comply with the remediation standards contained in those tables. So this would mean regardless of whether or not you have an approved work plan or remedial action report, you have to comply with these standards. So with that stated, here we go. For the soil ingestion dermal and the soil inhalation exposure pathways, this is the listing of contaminants, what the prior standard was, what the new standard is. And the reason why I've kind of lumped together ingestion dermal and inhalation is because the number that I'm using here was based on the lower of the two inhalation pathways. So you kind of have to merge them here to figure out what's going on. But the one, whoops, for the most part, the order of magnitude does work on a given exposure scenario. The only one that's different, obviously, is ethyl benzene, where this is an ingestion dermal number and the 10 is an inhalation-based number. But those are the compounds that are going to trigger an order of magnitude evaluation. So that's for ingestion dermal and soil inhalation. This is for migration to groundwater exposure pathway using the soil water partitioning equation. And as Swati had mentioned, there are 5 contaminants, and I think the primary reason for these dropping is the change in either the KD or the KOC value. Again, these are the 5 for soil water partitioning. This is the vapor intrusion. There's only one compound, and that's the 1,1-dichloroethene, which is dropping from 210 to 21. And as Erica pointed out, this is due to our application of the Class C carcinogen policy, dropping it down by an order of magnitude. And then, yes, if the question is asked, is it an order of magnitude or is it more than an order of magnitude? And if you go back and take a look at the wording in the Brownfield Act, it's an order of magnitude or more. So this contaminant falls into that category. Wanted to talk a little bit about how the Brownfield Act deals with evaluation of site conditions depending upon whether or not you have a final remediation document. And we're defining final remediation document as either a no further action letter or a response action outcome. If you do not have a final remediation document, but you have an approved / certified remedial action work plan, that gives you some protection relative to a change in standard. And the citation in the Brownfield Act for that one is 12J, 58:10B-12J, which basically says if you have a work plan, the department cannot compel a responsible party to remediate to a new standard unless that new standard is lower by an order of magnitude. And if that is the case, you have to remediate your site to demonstrate compliance with that new number. The wording in the Brownfield Act at 58:10B-13E is a little bit different, and this applies to sites with a remediation document. If you have a final remediation document, and actually, I'll talk about that in just in a little bit. But basically, if you have a final remediation document, you don't have to comply with any subsequent changes unless there's a decrease in a standard by an order of magnitude or more compared to the prior standard. And if that site or area of concern is impacted by that, you have to evaluate the site to determine if the remedy at that site or AOC remains protected. And I'm defining that or calling that an order of magnitude evaluation. I like to say that the evaluation pursuant to 10B-13E situations, I look at it as two steps. The first step is you compare the concentrations at the site, not the old standard, but the concentrations at the site against the new standard. And if that difference between the on-site concentration and the new standard is less than an order of magnitude, then no further action is required. And to go back to one of the questions that was asked earlier, the new the new ethyl benzene number for soil inhalation is 10. If you have concentrations at the site that are still at the site that do not exceed 99, no further action is required. So that order of magnitude is not a comparison against the old standard, new standard, but is basically new standard versus what's at the site. And it literally is what is at the site. If you had levels of, and again, I'm just making some of these numbers up. If you did excavation and you had ethyl benzene in the thousands, but you excavated and left behind stuff under 100, you're going to use that 100 value, not the value of the concentrations of the material that were excavated and removed from the site. If, however, the difference between on-site concentration and the new standard is an order of magnitude or greater, then we got to go to step number 2. Step number 2 is basically determining whether or not the remedy remains protected. So you're going to do an evaluation. And if on the basis of that evaluation, the Lsrpa determines that that remedy is protective, no further action. If, however, based on that evaluation, it's determined that the existing remedy is not protective, then some level or form of additional remediation will be required to achieve compliance with the new standard. Okay, if that wasn't complicated enough, there's more complication. Now I'm focusing here on soil numbers. So I'm looking at soil ingestion dermal, soil inhalation. That remediation standards have changed over time. And depending upon the magnitude of change for a given contaminant, sites or areas of concerns impacted by an order of magnitude change may vary in time, depending upon the contaminant in question. Okay, what does all that mean? Okay, this is my attempt to explain this. I've identified 4 areas where we have had remediation standards. We've had soil cleanup criteria based on 1999 SCCs. We had the 2008 remediation standards from June of 2008. We had the November 2017 updates, and now we have the new numbers, the 2021, and I split this out between ingestion dermal and soil inhalation, where these are the lower of the 2 exposure pathways. So we have certain contaminants, and we'll start off with ethyl benzene, which went from 1,000 to 7,800, remained at 7,800, and then dropped down to 10. So in this instance, comparing against all these numbers, everything has to be evaluated. So basically, all sites that have ethyl benzene going all the way back to 1999 are going to have to be evaluated because of the order of magnitude change. Then we have other contaminants such as benzaldehyde, where it wasn't regulated. There wasn't a soil cleanup criteria in 1999. There was a standard established in 2008. It did not change in 2017, but it dropped down to 170 in this new promulgation. The department's taking the position that if it wasn't regulated, if a contaminant wasn't regulated at a particular period of time, it's not part of an evaluation because you weren't looking for it here. So in this instance, any final remediation document issued prior to 2008 is not really part of the mix relative to order of magnitude. That doesn't mean to say that someone's evaluating that site, and let's just say that there was benzaldehyde at 700 at that point in time, even though it wasn't regulated. You may have to take that into consideration if you're looking at a site where it may be trying to be sold and the purchaser wants to know, what are the conditions now? That may have to factor in at that point in time, but this does not trigger, pursuant to the Brownfield Act, an order of magnitude evaluation. So it would only be for sites going back to this point in time. Then we have other contaminants such as 1,1-biphenyl, which again in 1999 was not regulated. We had a number in 2008. The number dropped down to 61 in 2017 and then bounced up a little bit in 2021. Now, in this instance, and again, this is the idea that we're looking at sites that have final remediation documents. There is no order of magnitude between 2017 and 2021 because the number didn't decrease. In fact, it increased a little bit. That final remediation documents issued post 2017 until now are going to have to be in compliance with that 61 number. So therefore, you don't have to do an order of magnitude evaluation for these newer cases. But between the period of 2017 and 2008, that's a period of time where you may have to look and see if there's any impact, which should have already been done back in 2017. And again, because it wasn't regulated in 1999, again, for order of magnitude purposes, you don't have to look at that. Oops, sorry about that. Trigger finger. Other chemicals such as cyanide were again 1100, 1600, then we had a drop, and then it remained the same. Again, documents back here, newer ones, no order of magnitude concern because you had to comply with the 47. So in this instance, it would be for final remediation documents issued prior to the 2017 date. And this goes back now to 1999 because there was a number. We have other ones like naphthalene, where the SCC was 230, it dropped down to 6, and it's mainly stayed at 6. Here it went to 5.7, that's a rounding issue. Again, here, it would only be, again, final remediation documents prior to 2008. Then we have a situation, and here's one example, chloroform, where it was 19, it dropped down to 0.6, which is an order of magnitude, but in this recent readoption, the number bounced up to 590. So in this instance, there is no longer any order of magnitude implication at all, because this number is the highest. So you have that situation. And then the other one here is bis 2-chloroethyl chloroisopropyl ether, where it dropped down, but now we're not regulating it because the tox factor is determined not to be valid anymore. So in this instance, since there is no standard now, there is no order of magnitude evaluation required. So I used all these as examples, and now we're going to go back and take a look at a larger list. So this is a situation where contaminants are subject to an order of magnitude to any final remediation document issued prior to 11/18/21. And basically it covers ethyl benzene and hexachlorocyclopentadiene, but only on a residential basis. And again, I'm not going to read through everything, but it gives the time frame where you have to look for potential order of magnitude effects. So here we have a few more. We have 1,1-biphenyl for this shorter period of time, cyanide for this period of time, and then we have a few more. This is a fairly large laundry list of chemicals that are no longer subject to order of magnitude because based on the recent amendments, the numbers increase such there is no order of magnitude difference, and this one's dropped out because it's no longer regulated. Next question. When will the department require this order of magnitude evaluation? And this is nothing new. This is something that we've had out for a while, but I do want to go over it. If you have a site or an area of concern with a department approved or Lsrpa certified work plan or action report, but you don't have a final remediation document, in that instance, you have to do the order of magnitude evaluation if it's an active case, and if you have it at your site, then you have to do the evaluation and perform any additional remediation pursuant to the tech regs at 5.1D4. And this all has to be done before an Lsrpa issues a final remediation document. And I just have here what's at 5.1D, and it just basically states that that if you have something that decreases by an order of magnitude or more, that you have to address that and demonstrate compliance prior to issuing RAO. If you have a site or an area of concern that has a final remediation document, but the remedy is using either an engineering or institutional control, i.e. a limited, restricted, or restricted use remedial action. The person responsible for maintaining the engineering control must perform the order of magnitude evaluation as part of the biennial protectiveness certification. And all the requirements are listed out in ARCs in the remedial action permit sections at 7.7 through 7.9. I didn't include it here in my talk, but I would suggest that you take a look at 7.7 through 7.9, and that gives you the direction on how the protectiveness certification applies and how it should be conducted. And then finally, if you have a site or an area of concern with a final remediation document, but you don't have any engineering or institutional controls, it's an unrestricted use remedy. In this instance, we're basically saying the order of magnitude evaluation has to be conducted whenever that site re-enters the program. And that could be through a variety of ways. It was an ISRA site, you got another ISRA trigger. It's a child care facility, and there's a renewal, and you had to review site conditions. If it's a property sale, that as part of the agreement of sale, it requires an update of site conditions for loan approval or whatnot. You have to do the order of magnitude evaluation. And that is all covered in the tech regs in the PASI subchapter at 3.2 A5 and A6. And I'll just throw these up real quickly. It just basically applies to the idea that you have to look for and determine if you've got order of magnitude concerns, and you have to again determine whether or not the existing remedy is protective of public health and safety. And then A 3.2 A6 is just the fact that you have to do a recommendation for each AOC as to whether or not it's protective or whether or not you have to do more. I do want to talk a little bit about surface water and groundwater. There hasn't been any changes to the surface water remediation standards, and since there hasn't been any change, there is no order of magnitude, so therefore order of magnitude does not come into play relative to surface water. Groundwater is a little bit different. The first reference where we tried to sync groundwater quality standards with groundwater remediation standards goes back to the tech regs that went into effect on February 3rd of 2003. And at that point in time, the groundwater quality standards that were in effect were the groundwater quality standards from January 7th, 1993. So as a department, we're using this February 2003 as the basis for evaluation of groundwater remediation standards, such that prior to 2003, we're basically saying we never specifically stated that groundwater quality standards were the remediation standards. Okay. Groundwater quality standards were amended effective November 7th, 2005. And because of the link that was in the tech regs from 2003, those amended groundwater quality standards became the new groundwater remediation standards. And at the time, there were 14 contaminants that decreased by an order of magnitude or more, which would have triggered an order of magnitude evaluation. These were the chemicals at the time. This is more of a little bit of a history than anything, but for the most part, this should have been evaluated by now. But anyway, if it hasn't, these are the numbers that you have to deal with. Subsequent to the 2005 updates. Let me step back here. We did give a 6-month phase-in period for those standards. Nothing exciting there. There was an update of not an update, but establishment of a bunch of interim groundwater quality standards in November 25, 2015. Since they were all, 11 of the 12 were new, so there wasn't anything to compare it against, but there was an update of an older interim number on 4-dioxane that was at 10 ppb that was impacted because the the revised number was 0.4. So there was more than an order of magnitude difference. So that was subject to the order of magnitude evaluation. It was a 6-month period within which if you got your NFA determination or the response action, and you could benefit from doing the order of magnitude evaluation pursuant to 13B as opposed to 12J. Uh-oh, quiz time.
Okay, here we go. Are we ready, everybody, for our 4th and final quiz? Tyrone, you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Good. All right, here we go. The groundwater remediation standard for 1,4-dioxane is 0.4 parts per billion. Is that true or false? And since it's the final quiz, I will take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming, to thank our presenters, and to also remind everybody to please fill out the survey. We will be providing a link to that in the chat again. It's important for the department to have that information. We really appreciate your feedback and everything that you provide to us regarding topics that we should train on and your opinion on how this presentation went. So thank you in advance for doing that. And hope to see you all.
I just put it in the chat.
Thank you very much. And with that, how much time do I have left?
10 seconds.
So close. All right, so with the last 10 seconds, when this is done, we will go back to Barry to complete and to give us the answer, which is, next slide, Barry.
And the answer is
true.
True.
Thank you, Barry.
You're welcome. And finally, wrapping up this order of magnitude for groundwater, the department back in January of 2018 adopted some amendments which incorporated some interim specific groundwater quality criteria and PQLs. I lost my train of thought, but there were some updates, but none of these amendments triggered the need for an order of magnitude evaluation. Okay, last part of my talk is I came up with my own set of frequently asked questions because these are questions that have been frequently asked of me by consultants, Lsrps, over the past couple of months relative to what was going on with the remediation standards. So we'll go forward from this. Here we go. First question. If a site or an area concerned has an approved RAW by November 17th of 2021, can the September 2017 remediation standards for some contaminants and the new standards for other contaminants be used in the remedial action? AKA, can I mix and match the numbers? And the answer is yes, with a caveat. Caveat is you can mix and match anything except those subject to the order of magnitude provisions. Those you have to use the new numbers. The one thing that I would ask of everyone is that you should identify in the remedial action work plan or the remedial action report what standard you were using for what remediation standard. Otherwise, if a document comes in and it undergoes inspection and review, the reviewer or the inspector needs to know what standard you were applying at the site to say that you were protected. So again, your document should indicate what numbers you are using. Will a site or an area of concern impacted by a new standard be automatically granted a mandatory time frame extension? This question was much more of concern prior to the extension of the deadline for some of the statutory cases out a year. The answer is, however, that there is not going to be an automatic extension, but you can request an extension of the mandatory deadline, and that complying with an order of magnitude change standard is, in my estimation, a valid reason to ask for an extension. But just like everything else, you're going to have to present your case as to why you need that extension, and it is going to be a site-specific evaluation and a site-specific call, but you need to justify your need for that extension. Does an order of magnitude difference in a remediation standard of a contaminant automatically require additional remediation? And the answer is no. An evaluation is required. You have to evaluate your site or your area of concern. But if the evaluation indicates that the proposed or the implemented remedy remains protective, then no additional remediation is. Likewise, if the evaluation says, it's not protective, you have to do additional. What are some of the protectiveness evaluation scenarios under which remedial actions for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway be implemented? I've been asked this quite a bit. This is an area where, as an Lsrp, you have some latitude relative to your use of your independent professional judgment to demonstrate through various lines of evidence that even though you may be above the standard, that the standard is that the numbers there are protective. And I just have a few instances here that I wanted to talk about. But if you had a situation where you had groundwater contamination at a site, no subsequent discharges, and the groundwater contamination decreased through M&A. You removed the sources, you got it to the point where you could go M&A, and you reached groundwater quality standards to the point where the groundwater permit is lifted, CEA is lifted, groundwater's fine, but you have contamination in the soil in excess of the MGW number. In that instance, I think you make a very strong case that there is no source remaining. The groundwater is been remediated. There's been no subsequent discharge. Nothing further is needed. Another example would be mobile contaminants. 4 out of the 5, by the way, of the contaminants for the soil water partitioning are considered to be mobile contaminants. The only one that isn't, I believe, is copper. In that instance, if you can demonstrate that you have a 2-foot clean zone between the water table and wherever your contamination is, that would indicate that the pathway is not impacting groundwater, and you're good to go. You can also use sea soil or sea soil ATD 123 modeling that theoretically that can be used to demonstrate that everything is okay. And as Swati was saying before, you can do SPLP to demonstrate that additional remediation is not required. So there's a lot of options here, and certainly these aren't the only ones, but these are some that I'm just throwing out as examples. What are some protective disevaluation scenarios under actions for other exposure pathways? Okay, here's some more. Again, great time to identify lines of evidence to show that the remedy is protective. If you had contamination and your remedy was excavation, it's possible that the excavation may have removed contaminants subject to those order of magnitude provisions. And if you have existing post-ex data that show compliance with the new standard, no additional remediation is required. Also, if contaminated soil has been capped, it could very well be that, again, the contaminants subject to the order of magnitude provision may also be capped. And if you have the data to show that the extent of your cap covers the extent of the contamination to the new number, again, no further remediation would be required. Here's another example. If you had IEC conditions or vapor concern conditions such that you had to construct a POET system or a subslab depressurization system, it's highly likely that the treatment system, you may have established it for benzene, but now some other contaminants come into play, that the existing system is also treating the other contaminants to the point where it's in compliance with the new standard. So again, no further remediation would be required. And that opens up additional questions. I do want to thank everybody for being very patient with my long and drawn out talk this afternoon. I will have to tell you, I've given presentations for a long, long time, and doing a presentation virtually where you cannot get any read whatsoever from the audience is extremely difficult in giving a presentation.
I could not agree with you more, Barry. And here we go with the last set of questions. Would an RAR submitted within the 6-month grace period need to include an order of magnitude evaluation for these contaminants?
Okay, I'm not quite sure in the sense that you are. Okay,
if somebody submitted a remedial action report and Lsrpa submits that now, within the 6-month grace period, within the next 6 months, well, 5 months, would they need to do an order of magnitude evaluation?
See, the RAR is a little more difficult because that basically is the report done after you've done the remediation. So in that instance, by filing it, you still, anything, because you don't have a final remediation document, you have to remediate to that new number. So that RAR should have already addressed that.
Okay. Do you have to complete an order of magnitude evaluation on sites with a restricted and limited restricted use RAOs?
You do, and what we basically said is the point in time where that would have to be conducted would be when the next biennial cert is due.
Yep, like that answer. Okay, for sites with accepted submitted RARs, again, submitted RARs, where would the results of the order of magnitude be required to be submitted to the department? Do they have to go back and submit it I guess is the question, if they've already submitted the reports to us.
Well, if they've submitted the report, okay. If they've see the, oh, pardon me. Again, the report is typically you've already done the remediation. If you're submitting it because you want to get that order of magnitude protection for all the other contaminants, I guess that would be okay. But you're going to have to still remediate the site to those order of magnitude contaminants if you haven't done so already. So that would, I would think, would have to be the submission of a revised RAR when you submit your RAO.
Okay. Next question. For sites with a final remediation document, no deed notice, no permits, doesn't the order of magnitude evaluation only apply if there's a new triggering event?
Yes. Well, from the perspective of, yes, if there's an ISR trigger, if there's a child care facility that's coming in for a renewal of the license, then there are other things that aren't necessarily DEP driven per se, but externally driven in the sense of, again, property transfers, purchasing of property, that a potential purchaser may want to have an updated evaluation of the property conducted. And at that point in time, it would be prudent to do an order of magnitude evaluation.
And I'll just add in from my own experience here, if the final remediation document depends on the area of concern, if that's only good for the area of concern that was issued for. Correct.
Yeah, it all applies to, yes, whether it was the entire site or a given area of concern.
Is rounding allowed only for the SRS, soil remediation standards, or groundwater quality standards as well?
In terms of demonstrating compliance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The answer is yes, but it's much more limited for groundwater. That's all spelled out in the attainment and compliance tech guidance. But yes, you can round under certain circumstances.
Okay. Hold on. Next question is, for sites with FRD and a groundwater permit, but no soil permit, is an order of magnitude evaluation required for the historic soil results? If the soil permit was issued in unrestricted use, then that doesn't, correct?
Well, are they talking about historic fill?
It doesn't say that. It just says for the historic soil results. So for I get FRD, final remediation document, took me a second. But if the final remediation document that was issued gave an unrestricted use for soils, then that answers that question. If that was issued, then they don't have to evaluate soils anymore.
Unless there's a subsequent trigger.
Correct, yes. Okay. Next question. On a site with site-specific impact to groundwater soil remediation standards submitted in 2016 during RIR, and the soil RAR is submitted before November 2021, is the site-specific impact to groundwater number still usable?
I'm sorry, the last part of the statement.
Is the site-specific impact to groundwater numbers still usable? Can they still use those numbers if they submitted an RIR in 2016? They didn't say a work plan.
No, we have basically taken the position that it has to be a work plan. That's in the Brownfield Act. So it's the idea that you have submitted a plan of action, what you want to do. So it's the idea that the case has moved along fairly significantly to the point where you're implementing your remedy. So I would say that if it was only an RIR, that probably would not be acceptable.
But they could submit a work plan now.
Yeah.
Can you please clarify when an order of magnitude evaluation needs to be done when a site has an Lsrpa approved work plan or RAR?
All right. I'm sorry, Lynn. I got distracted.
It's okay. Can you please clarify when an order of magnitude evaluation needs to be conducted when a site has an Lsrpa approved work plan or remedial action report?
And I'm assuming, but no final remediation document.
I would assume the same thing.
Yes. Under that scenario, you have to remediate your site to that order of magnitude standard, because you can't issue your RAL until you've documented that you've achieved compliance with the standards.
So if the approved work plan is good, but not the approved RAR.
Correct. Okay. I guess I'm trying to give the distinction. We use the term RAR primarily for those instances where there are certain circumstances where remediation is done without a remedial action work plan. Like you're doing a tank yank.
Mm-hmm.
You pull the tank out, there's contamination. They have the backhoe there. They backhoe everything out to where it looks like it's clean. They take the post-ex samples. They come back clean. They write a remedial action report. There was never the need for an RAWP. So it gets a little more complicated if you have a site where the RAWP has been submitted. The responsible party gets the protection from that order of magnitude provision, but then they're going to follow it up with an RAR. But that RAR, in my mind, is it's not needed to get that protection for your ability to use the older standards. You understand where I'm coming from?
I think so. It's the work plan that gives them that.
Correct. And in those instances where a work plan was not generated, then we're falling back to you can get that protection by submitting the remedial action report.
Okay. Please confirm that during an order of magnitude evaluation, if a compound does not exceed the new standard by an order of magnitude, then no further action is needed.
Okay, again, we're talking about a site with a final remediation document?
It doesn't say.
If you have a final remediation document, you are comparing what you have at your site versus the new standard. And if the difference is less than an order of magnitude, no further action is required. If there is no final remediation document, then you're comparing the new standard versus the old standard, but you have to remediate to the new standard if it's greater than an order of magnitude.
If an ISRA site is issued a restricted use RAO due to an engineering controls for a specific AOC, I assume the order of magnitude evaluation during the biannual CERT will be limited to the restricted area of concern and not the entire site.
That is correct.
Hold on.
Although for an ISRA site, you have to do the entire site.
Correct.
But it could, depending upon what contaminants are at each specific AOC, it may vary.
If the
And
ISRA
you may have an order of magnitude contaminant that's only found in, say, 3 out of the 30 AOCs at the site. It would only apply to those 3.
until there's a new trigger for the ISRA case.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a long one. If new sampling is performed to confirm protectiveness as part of an order of magnitude evaluation, and the new data comes in at less than an order of magnitude more than the new standard, can the prior remediation be found to be protective and maintain the NFA, or would the new data require reopening the case? We'll get back to them because it's too much.
Yeah.
I think so.
Sometimes you have to think about this, because it's almost as if sometimes it has to be kind of viewed from a case specific basis or site specific, what you're looking at.
Yep. If a deed notice required, is a deed notice required if the only exceedants are of the migration to groundwater pathway standards?
Yeah, you have to repeat that. I'm sorry.
Is a deed notice required if the only exceedances are of migration to groundwater standards?
The answer is yes.
I agree.
Well,
So,
again, getting a little picky here. If you demonstrate compliance through what we call a narrative standard for migration to groundwater, you could theoretically have levels in excess of the default numeric numbers, but you would still be in compliance. And under that scenario, just relative to impact to groundwater, you would not need a deed notice.
correct. Yeah, everybody can always use their independent professional
Yes.
judgment and multiple lines of evidence. Soil sampling conducted in April of 2021, contamination found above the impacted groundwater soil screening levels, and a release was called in. With the new migration to groundwater numbers, the contamination levels are now below standards. Can I get the case number rescinded? I think.
I was to say that's not my area, but I would say that you should be able to, yeah.
Or issue the RAO.
You could do that also.
Okay.
Again, that's a determination that needs to be made between the Lsrpa and the client. But I would agree with you, Lynn, that if they issued an RAO, it gives you, again, some of this protection from order of magnitude down the road.
Correct.
Whereas if you just said, cancel that out, and then there's changes down the road, 5-10 years from now, then you're kind of stuck.
Okay, I think this will be the last question as part of the order of magnitude evaluation. If a compound is now present underneath the cap in excess of the new standard and the cap is still protective, does the deed notice need to be updated, i.e. terminated and replaced to include the new contaminant that was identified?
Well, Lynn, I would defer to you relative to a permit, but I don't think the permit needs to be.
The permit does. If you're including a new compound, that is part of what's in the deed notice, and that needs to be, the deed notice needs to be terminated to a new deed notice filed with all of the contaminants that are being covered, and the permit would need to be modified.
Okay. I was just saying that versus modifying the permit.
That is how you modify the permit. The deed notice, to modify the permit, you have to terminate the actual notice. It's part of the process. I'll put on my different hats here as moderator. And it is 3:30, so I think it's now time to move to the thank you slide.
Okay, here we go. It's been an experience today, so whoa.
There we go.
Thank you for attending, everybody, and don't forget,
Thank you, Barry. Thank you
You're
to all
welcome.
of the presenters. Thank you, Christina.
Oh, you're
Thank
welcome.
you.
I didn't mean to put myself on camera, but that was pretty trippy. So my head is just like,
Thank you. And we will get all of the questions we did not get to answer, we will be sending out responses to. Thank you, everyone.